of the strange. Join us at Paranormal M for a glimpse into the mysteries of the universe. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications, and join us on our quest for the truth behind the inexplicable. My childhood experience and an update from years later. Growing up, I absolutely hated being home. At night, it always sounded like somebody was walking around. There were whispers from my closet whenever it was left open. I always made sure it was closed, but most mornings it would be partially open. I would refuse to go into the basement even during the day, and you could never escape the feeling of someone or something watching you. I'm talking full-on blankets over the head, nose poking out type of childhood. One night in the summer, we had a powerful thunderstorm roll through. I remember it vividly because the lightning was near constant, and instead of white and blue, the colors were more purple and green. The storm took out the power. My father asked me to go into the kitchen and help with the candles and flashlights. I was walking down the dark hallway when something jumped out from the bathroom. The kitchen door was 5 feet behind it. Thinking it was my dad trying to scare me, I laughed and said, "Nice try." There was a loud growl. My father put his hand on my shoulder from behind me. He pulled me back into the living room, closed and locked the door while saying that it wasn't him, and he saw it too. The growling continued from the kitchen entryway for a good 10 minutes, and it sounded like something was pacing the hallway. Dad and I spent the night in the living room. We didn't sleep, we just watched the door. We moved a few months later. The house we moved to felt good. I had no issues with feeling watched or hearing things. Felt like I could sleep without the blankets over my head. Years later, when my father was diagnosed with cancer, we started watching the ghost shows on cable. That got us talking about that night and what we saw. It was then that my father revealed that the house I grew up in was an old renovated funeral home. The way the house was renovated, my closet was the mechanical room for the lift to bring the bodies from the basement embalming room. It'd go from there to the viewing room on the first floor. Our floor was the funeral director's private living space. My father's aunt actually owned the house and lived on the first floor, which was the floor where they would have the viewings and such. The house has changed hands to cousins of mine. Talking with them, they said that they had similar experiences in scratching on the wall and footsteps and banging on the basement bulkhead. And lights would come on dimly as if they were connected in a series rather than each light being on its own circuit. They even told me they won't go down into the basement alone, because the stairs down go past a walk-in storage room with no lights, and they swore they hear breathing or growling when they went past. They've since moved from that house also. More experiences growing up in a renovated funeral home. We lived there for 13 years, 1977 to 1990. It wasn't till after the accident during the storm in 1990 that my father decided it was time to move. I made note of every experience that we had, individually or as a family, in a journal. I'll go room by room. I should note that I wasn't allowed in my parents' room for obvious reasons, and I was able to debunk the noises once my teenage years set in. Parents had a healthy relationship. Okay, strap in, this is going to be long. Every room in common. Cold spots, odd smells were common throughout the house. We attributed that to the old steam radiator heaters. Scratching on the walls at night. No rats or vermin, no insect activity or plumbing issues. Dad was a maintenance foreman. He checked everything out. Also of note that there are no trees close enough to the house. You always felt like you were being watched. None of my friends ever stayed over or wanted to come inside the house. they always said that the house creeped them out. Now, onto the experiences by, specific rooms. Entryway. The interior door to the entryway was wood with glass panes. This opened to a stairwell that led down to the main floor. The entryway door was always locked at night. The door had an old hook and latch-style door closure with thumb buttons to operate it. It was very secure, but on many occasions my father would find the door slightly open or completely open when he got up. Sometimes, if it was early enough in the night, you could hear the click from the latch. The hallway runner would always be bunched up even though the door cleared it easily. Bathroom. This is the room that the thing jumped out into the hallway during the storm. You never entered the bathroom in the dark. Almost the entire back of the door was covered by a mirror. Anyone closing the bathroom door always covered the mirror because it never felt right. You could see the shadows move in the reflection, but not when you turned to see behind you. We couldn't take the mirror down as it had been basically painted into place. The thought of busting the mirror always made you feel nauseous and sick. The kitchen. Cabinets would open and close. The bell for the toaster would ding at odd times, even if the toaster was off or unplugged. Dining room. The main light over the table would turn on dimly red at odd times. The bulb was a bright white incandescent. At nights you could hear the old push-button switch get pushed because the click was so loud. Pantry. This room always sleeved me out. The room was like a walk-in closet for dry goods and the like. As soon as you entered, you felt like bugs were crawling all over you. But there was never a bug in sight. No spiders, nothing. Also, you made your selection quickly because you also always felt like something was going to drop on you from above. Very unsettling. Sun porch / sunroom. For Christmas one year, my father got me a Fonzie from Happy Days pinball machine. It was kept unplugged, when it wasn't in use. On a few occasions, you could hear the chug-chunk of the flippers on the sound of the ball rolling down the game field. Dad thought the game was malfunctioning, but it wasn't. There was also an electronic bowling lane. The ball would roll around the room at night sometimes, and the game played music. Ride of the Valkyries. And that was if you got a strike. The music would sound at odd times and off speed. This is also where the attic access was. Attic. Now the cool thing about the attic was that the former funeral director had a full bar and billiard table in the attic. And that was along with the spare guest room. How we got that stuff up there is a mystery because the attic entryway was super narrow. Oddly, the attic was calm. I remember a wood carving just past the door that depicted Ireland, and etched into the wood was... I don't know what language this is. Beyond Eir eg fair orthu siodun land thar on tarsio. When we moved, we took the wood carving with us with permission. I'm only the third generation in the family who wasn't born in Ireland. My dad hung it on the front door of our new house. My grandfather could read Gaelic and translate the meaning, and it roughly translated into, Ireland protect those that cross this threshold. Apparently I cannot read Gaelic. First, except for my journal. More experiences from the converted funeral home. I had some issues as a child. I'm not afraid to admit that now. My parents did the right thing and took me for professional help. One of the recommendations of the psychiatrist was to keep a journal, and I did, faithfully. Now, initially it had things I was experiencing, like difficulty relating to kids at school, or bullying or self-doubt of my abilities, things of that nature. In April of '86, my psychiatrist wanted me to focus on things that frightened me or made me feel uncomfortable. This was what he thought was a significant problem, and now I agree it was. In the end, it really helped find my way in life and face my fears head on, and I attribute my success to these sessions. Never be afraid to get help. If Reddit's shown me anything, there's many people who have experienced similar things. You're not alone. I have to admit, going back and reading this journal, which I kept along with class photos and yearbooks, my spelling and grammar have improved considerably, and there's a lot of things I forgot about. Below is the floor plan to the apartment my parents and I live in. First entry about my house. 4-1986. My bedroom and closet, LNK on the floor plan. It's morning, and I couldn't be happier. Last night was scary. I woke up and it was still very dark. I heard scratching from my closet. I got up and turned on my room light to make sure my hamster didn't escape. She didn't. She's still in her cage. I checked the closet, and it was closed. Turned off the light, went back to bed. Tried to go back to sleep, but I kept hearing sounds. Sounded like my closet latch. I think it was being lifted up. I heard it click. After the latch clicked, it felt like something was in the room with me. I felt like I was being watched. I covered my head with my blankets. I heard something moving in my room. My hamster was quiet. She wasn't running in her wheel tonight or biting her water dispenser. I thought something might have harmed her, but she's okay. I hoped my mom or dad would be checking my window, but it's not summer and the windows are closed. The sound in my room and moving around was there. It was near my toy box, not my window. My toy box is at the foot of my bed. I hear a G.I. Joe fall over. I'm not alone. My dad woke up to get ready for work, which means it was 4. He would always fart or sneeze first thing. That's how I know it's him in the hallway. I'm alone in my room now. I was able to sleep once I heard Dad moving in the house. I told my dad when he got home from work what happened in the night and morning. Dad opened my closet to show me that it was just stuff. It was very cold in the closet. Thinks I might have dreamed it. Mom does too. Could I have? No. My closet was not latched and slightly open this morning. Even now, with the sun up and I'm writing this, something is watching me from the closet. I know I closed it before bedtime. There's also a rip in my Transformers sleeping bag at my feet. Second excerpt from my journal. More experiences from the converted funeral home. Second entry about my house. 5-1986. Early evening. I helped my dad cut the grass today. After that, we had to put away the tools and equipment. Fortunately, these have to go back into the basement. I really hate the basement. It doesn't feel right, which means I get goosebumps. It smelled stuffy and heavy, like moss and very old pennies. I was helping to put away the grass catcher. That's when Dad asked me if I saw something move along the tool wall. I think he was trying to tease me because I was really jumpy about being so far into the basement. What I didn't want to tell him was that I did see something move along that wall. It moved to the corner and then it moved up the wall and it was gone. The worst part of the basement was the storage area by the stairs. It's really dark and there's no light to turn on. I won't go in there ever. I won't even shine a light in that room. That's because I have nightmares about that creepy room sometimes. And in them, the floor is blood-stained. I also believe that whatever's been up to my closet at night comes up from this storage room in the basement. I stay as far away from the opening as possible, because also in my nightmares there's something in there that will pull me in if I get too close. We finish putting all the tools away and my dad always has me go in before him, because the old wooden stairs are loose. We make it out of the basement, and my dad padlocks the door. We share a key with my aunt and uncle. We usually run into Uncle, and after cutting the grass, he's a nice guy. Likes to make models. He's always warned me about going into the basement alone, and I always took him seriously. Dad would say that my uncle was trying to spook me. Anyway, I'm excited because Mom's making casserole. Casserole, S-H-I-T for dinner. Shit casserole. From 2020, the OP, this is the name my father gave my mother's casserole, and it's stuck. It's made of a layer of Kraft mac and cheese, a layer of ground beef mixed with Campbell's tomato soup straight from the can, covered with more Kraft macaroni and cheese, and then baked for like 20 minutes. It was inexpensive, and I still make it to this day. Late evening, rooms G and H. Mom asked me to help make the casserole. Asked me to get the mac and cheese and the soup from the pantry. I don't like the pantry either, and it reminds me of that closet. I really want the casserole, so I go into the pantry and try to pull the light cord. Couldn't find it. I think something touched my hand, and I jumped back quickly and I closed the pantry door, trying to calm down when my mom says it's just my imagination. I tried again and found the light cord. The light goes on and I gather the stuff. I think it's odd that I can't smell the basement and the pantry. And just then, along the back of the pantry wall, I see a large gray pile of what I think are worms. They were wiggling like night crawlers. I drop the stuff to the floor and step back. My mother comes over and I point, and my mom must have seen it too because she let out a gasp and chuckled. I screwed that up. And chucked the soup can at it. She then closed the door and called for my dad. Mom said she thinks she saw a squirrel or something in the pantry. Dad had a look, no squirrel. Also no hole in the wall, no nothing. Helped my mom make the casserole, and we both kept an eye on that pantry door while cooking. Mom told me that maybe we both have imaginary issues. Late evening, rooms K and L. As I'm writing this, I'm in my bedroom, burping casserole. I'm a bit worried about tonight as I was in the basement today and it likely saw me. I know what that means for tonight. 5-1986. Next morning. I woke up and it was morning. I guess helping Dad cut the lawn and that must have helped me to sleep through the night. I hear my parents talking in the kitchen. Mom was asking Dad if we could figure out why all the kitchen cabinets were wide open. I heard them talking about maybe the house settling, or maybe I didn't close them tight after helping with dinner cleanup. At the close them tight part, I looked over at my closet, which was again partially open, and the hairs on my arms stood up. I jumped at the sound of 3 knocks on my bedroom door. I looked over expecting to see one or both my parents, but no one was there. I then heard 3 knocks from the closet door, and I bolted from my bed, kicked the closet door closed, and went right to my parents, knowing I couldn't explain that I made sure the cabinets in my closet, for that matter, were closed. Third excerpt from my journal. More experiences from the converted funeral home. Third entry about my house. 6-1986. Afternoon. My parents got me the Dungeons & Dragons red box. I'm really excited because I got a chance to play in summer camp last year. It was really fun. My therapist said I needed something to focus my imagination on, to give me an outlet. I'm not sure why I needed a wall plug, but he's the doctor. My cousin 3 years younger than me is coming over today for the weekend. I'll let him know what goes on at night here. No one seems to believe me when I tell them the things that I've seen, except my uncle. Evening. My room, my cousin will be here until Sunday. We spent a bunch of time reading the Dungeons & Dragons rule books. My cousin wanted to tell scary stories. I told him that we're unlucky. Well, if we're unlucky, we will be in one. And I explained what I'd been seeing lately. He laughed it off, but requested we use a nightlight. Night. My room. My parents had gone to bed, and my cousin and I had just finished going over the rule books. We were coloring in the dice numbers and trying to make our first characters. We lost track of time and soon discovered that we were almost like 1:30 in the morning. We decided it was time to turn in. I checked the closet. It was closed and latched. We had sleeping bags, Transformers for me and Spider-Man for the cousin. We continued to goof off a bit when the room got very cold. Like a window got opened. Just as my cousin went brrr, we both heard a loud click. We both peered over the top of the bed and we saw the closet was no longer closed completely. We also noticed the nightlight was getting dimmer and the room getting darker. Suddenly the room went pitch black. It was pitch black as the nightlight went completely out. There's 2 large windows in my room, but there was not even any moonlight coming in. When the nightlight came back on in the closet, it was more open and we both saw something dark in the corner near the window. The nightlight went out again. The room got darker except for the moonlight coming in from the window this time. The moonlight was broken by what looked like a set of 3-fingered hands reaching into it. Grabbing our sleeping bags, we ran to the living room, clicked on all the lights, and camped as close as we could to my parents' room. My hamster's cage was moved to the dining room. That was because I kind of told my parents that maybe that was the noise I would hear at night. And that's what was waking me up, maybe. She had been in her exercise wheel when my cousin and I ran from my room. I remember hearing the sound of her running in the tube to get to her nest area. Then the house went silent. Silent until my dad tripped over my cousin. He was about to chew us out for making noise so late or early, but a door slammed in my room. He went to check it out. We camped out in the living room. When my dad came back, he said he'll fix the closet latch, that we shouldn't be reading monster books so late at night, sliding the red box to me. Oddly, though, he said we will spend the rest of the weekend at my grandmother's house. My cousin vowed to never spend the night at my house again. Entryway. Dad brought me home after spending the weekend with my grandparents. It was honestly the best night's sleep I've had in a long time. Quiet, calm, and smelled like Grandma's cooking. As we get closer to home, just seeing it, I feel sick to my stomach. On entering, I actually stopped and dropped my overnight bag. The house felt different. Before I left with my cousin, it felt spooky and frightening, but now the only thing I can feel is just seething anger. Fourth, except from my journal. More experiences from the converted funeral home. Except I think they mean excerpt. Fourth entry about my house. 7-1986. General observation. I'm out of therapy. No more journal. Oh, I was keeping the journal going for something else, though. I'm feeling better about myself and more self-confident. Meeting weekly in school for Dungeons & Dragons Club transferred to a meeting as a group of friends during summer vacation to play. I can honestly admit that finally feeling more like a kid, or should I say a teenager, is even I've noticed I'm becoming a bit more observant of girls. At least when I'm outside of the house. It's now late July and summer, long hot nights of little sleep. Everyone is always upset and angry at home. We need a few days of rain to cool the house and, temper down, or something was going to give. Night. My room. It's hot and sticky and none of the fans are helping. Dad is working on fixing the air conditioning in the living room, but he's retired for the night after watching the 11 o'clock news. Our neighbors are outside and I can hear them talking, and I can smell whatever they're cooking. They weren't cooking, they were baking. It was my first time smelling weed. I'm just waiting for exhaustion to take me. Early morning, my room. Something hit me in the night. It felt like a punch, and I awoke with my face and chest hurting. My glow-in-the-dark alarm clock showed me it was 3:07 a.m. Got out of bed and flipped my room light on. My eyes immediately looked to the closet, and to my surprise, it was latched and closed. I noticed that my hands have blood on them, and there's blood on my chest. I headed for the bathroom. Night, approximately 3:15 in the bathroom. Light on, I close the door and look at the damage in the medicine cabinet mirror. Split lip, dark muck around the side of my mouth. The busted lip was where the blood came from. There's 3 marks on my chest as big around as a quarter, and they hurt. I'm sure that there'll be bruises by tomorrow afternoon, as will my face. For some reason, I got angry at my reflection. It felt like every bad thought or negative feeling I've had about myself come back 10 times over, all at once. In disgust with seeing myself and how I was feeling, I opened the cabinet so I don't have to see my reflection. The cabinet mirror is now facing the mirror behind the door. I start to notice small movement in the reflections of the mirror in the door mirror. I caused an infinity reflection due to the mirrors reflecting each other. This meant that there were multiple reflections of me. Now at my limit, I angrily tossed a towel that happens to land on the robe hook. The towel covered the mirror, and I could feel the pressure in the room subside considerably. I gathered myself, went through a few of the coping techniques I learned, finishing cleaning myself up, then exited the bathroom. For some reason, before turning the light to the bathroom off, I looked to the kitchen. The door leading to the sunroom and the back stairs was fully open. I shut the bathroom lights off, but there was still a glow from the room across from me. Dining room. The lights over the table are on, but not on. They're glowing dimly, even though we don't have dimmers in the house. I'm still angry from the feeling in the bathroom, and I couldn't stop myself from saying what was on my mind. Go to hell! The lights faded out, but I felt watched still. Suddenly my father is there, and I'm about to jump out of my skin. He asked me what I was doing up. He flipped the light on and saw me, thinking I might have been harming myself. He's checking out the marks on the swollen lip. He's being loud when asking me what I did, loud enough to wake my mother. That angry feeling flooded the room again, and the lights once again glowed dim. My dad looked at them with a puzzled "how the hell" look just as my mom entered the dining room. I again almost jumped out of my skin as my 100-pound, 5'2" mother lunged at my 6', 325-pound dad, howling at Dad to leave him alone and not to touch him. I hit the lights for the dining room, which pretty much came on in a full brilliance. I see my mom has her hands along the side of my father's face, her fingernails digging onto the back of his ears with blood running down his neck. My father has a grip on her shoulders. I forced myself between them and split them apart, telling my mother that Dad didn't do this and explaining what happened. I asked them if I could feel, if they could possibly feel that something wasn't right in the house. This seemed to have cleared their minds. Dad and Mom talk. Mom doesn't know what came over her and was just in full mama bear mode. Dad cleaned the blood off his neck, and then we all talked, and this time it seemed my parents might be grasping that something else might be at work here. Dad went to check the door to the back stairs. He said it wasn't wide open, but was mostly closed and unlatched. The afternoon of the day after the fight, my parents had worked things out. My father spoke with Uncle and decided that we might need a vacation. We packed up some things and took off for New Hampshire for 5 days. Fifth excerpt from my journal. More experiences from the converted funeral home. Fifth entry about my house. Information from my father in 2013. So I've now reached the point where, as an adult, I started talking to my dad about all the crazy things that happened to us when I was growing up. I'll provide that information as applicable. My age when talking to my dad, 40, my age for this entry, 14 going on 15. My dad was 40. I was at this point, or rather, it was at this point that Dad revealed the house was a funeral home before being purchased and renovated into a multifamily house. According to my father, the activity started when I was very young, only a toddler. It happened one evening after one of my aunt's friends felt something about the house and wanted to have, and did, hold a seance. Then the feeling in the house changed from just creepy to horrific because my aunt realized the seance must have been the reason that the house had activity. Unfortunately, she doubled down on the issue by having that same friend come in and do a cleansing. They didn't know what they were doing, just enacted something that I'd read in a book according to Dad and likely did it wrong, just riled everything up. My dad believed that moving was the best option for us, as nothing seemed to follow once you left the house, really. To that end, my parents were trying to save me, excuse me. I need coffee. To that end, my parents were trying to save for a down payment on a house, but we had a string of health issues that would undercut the savings. Examples will be coming up. My father believed that they, my mom and himself, were not in control of their emotions for the fourth entry. When we went on vacation, everything went back to normal between my parents and I. Also, while on vacation, my uncle had the house blessed by a priest. This priest was a friend and kin to my uncle, same Irish clan, and this is what seems to have dialed everything down for a while, about 2 years. That changed in July of 1988. 7-1988, afternoon outside the house. Hello again, my journal. It's been a while. Things have been quiet at home. Creepy, but quiet. I've returned to you today because I was helping my aunt and uncle load food up for our family barbecue. While carrying the trays of food, I noticed movement in the basement window. My mom and dad were outside loading our car. My uncle was behind me. My aunt will not enter the basement. What I witnessed was approximately level with the basement window, which would make it about 6 feet tall. About my height now. It had a human-like shape, head and shoulders. Its head moved quickly side to side. Uncle. Seen it too, didn't you, lad? I think so. It's been biding its time, looking for a way out. Biting. Yeah, what is it? Our clan called them Jimhan. Dheamhan. Demhan. And they're not natural. They find a way to feed on fear, anger, and sorrow. They sow these emotions like crops, then harvest the field. Well, journal, looks like I won't be sleeping the rest of my time here. Parents are saving for a new house. Night. Returning home from the barbecue. We've returned home, so something completely unexpected happened. Several police officers are on the front porch. The police talk to my uncle and my dad. My dad comes over to us and tells my mom to take me and go to my grandmother's. Father's mother. My mother's mother is a complete piece of work that you can read more about if you follow my other posts. Dad tells us that apparently the kid broke in and damaged the place and they were checking for missing property. We head to my grandmother's for the night. Morning. Grandmother's house. Dad returned around mid-morning. He tells us that we will likely have to stay here for a while. Nothing was taken, but there's damage and blood in the house. The neighbor called the cops when she noticed a broken window. My dad then goes into what happened to be the best of everyone's knowledge. Someone shattered the basement window along the side of the house near the oil ports. I had a bad feeling because that was the window I saw my uncle's demon in. My dad continued. They apparently cut themselves on the glass. Looks like they slipped into the basement through the broken window, got a pry bar from the tool wall, and pried the basement door open. The cops found the locked padlock on the floor by the door. Then they damaged and destroyed the door to open up the first floor, Aunt and Uncle's, and then proceeded to damage or destroy the interior doors on our floor except for the attic door and our living room doors. Mom asked my dad what he thought would have happened if he had been home. The color left my father's face and his words chilled me. I don't know. Sixth excerpt from my journal. More experiences from the converted funeral home. Sixth entry about my house. 9-1988, afternoon. It took us a few weeks, but my dad and I helped my uncle get the doors repaired. That was on the first floor in the bathroom. That was all undamaged. All the other door had been hacked into by a pry bar. My uncle was a bit skittish with working in the house as it sometimes got things riled up. We finished in relative peace. Being that it was still early in the afternoon, the three of us took the tools down to the tool board. As we passed the step-off for the storage room, the temperature radiating from the room was at least 20 degrees colder. My glasses instantly fogged over and almost fell into the storage room. My uncle caught me and pulled me back. We quickly gathered the tools I dropped, my uncle talking quietly under his breath. "Don't look into the room, lad. Seek not the demon." We got the tools over the board only to discover that all the tools are on the floor. Quickly get the tools back on the board, but the three of us can hear booted footsteps behind us by the basement stairs. My uncle decided to use the auxiliary stairs that brings us up a narrow stairway to the first floor, into what I always thought was a closet, was actually a stairwell into his living room. As we locked the door, something pounded on it 3 times. We run to the basement door, pull it closed, and clap the padlock on it. This door also gets pounded on 3 times. We backed away as the door rattled against the frame and then stopped. I had a quick word with my uncle. Thought it was gone. "No, lad, dormant maybe." We all went upstairs to wait in our living room. My uncle for my aunt, who was out with friends, and my father and I for my mother, who was working late. The phone rang, making everyone jump. I go and answer to hear my mother's. She's leaving work, and I let my dad know. My uncle looking out to the living room window, so my aunt get dropped off and left me to meet her. Half an hour later, my mother arrived home. I went down to the main entryway, which is room A, to help her with, her belongings. This was something I always did because my mother worked so late before the weekend. As I meet my mother at the door, before I could even greet her properly, my mother exclaimed, "What is that?" looking past my shoulder. And that's when something hit me from behind, launching me outside into my mother, sending her backwards and down the outside stairs. Now at the time, I was about 15. I was eye to eye with my father at 6 foot, even the 200 pounds, give or take a cheeseburger or 3. I played a lot of football and hockey, and I knew how to take a hit, even when I didn't see it coming. My mom, 5'3" and 115, if that. Quick math. Mass times acceleration equals a first-class ticket for mom aboard the pain train. The aftermath. ER trip for my mother and I. I got 2 bruised ribs, a bruised back, and a dislocated left shoulder. My mother, 4 bruised ribs, sprained wrist, fractured arm, and sprained ankle. The damage, while not as severe as it could have been, all but wiped out the savings my parents had for moving. The official story was I slipped on a non-existent throw rug at the bottom of the stairs and caused the wipeout. Back at home recovering, I asked my mother what she saw. She took out a Celtic cross necklace, a gift from my grandfather that I rarely see her wearing. the knotwork on it forming a cross itself. She held it in her hand and said only one word: darkness. 7th excerpt from my journal. More experiences from the converted funeral home. 7th entry about my house. 12-1988. I recovered quicker than my mother from the September experience, but with the holidays coming, everything's feeling a bit better. Family tradition is to start decorating for Christmas after Thanksgiving. This means Mom gets to breaking out her carols and vinyl, and yeah, I'm that old, and the Sear system belts out Bing, Nat King Cole, 3 tenors, and the like. I help my uncle decorate outside: plastic toy soldiers, giant plastic candles, big bulbs, string lights, and a big plastic Santa that gets put up at the ledge outside our living room window. We secured it to the ledge and make sure that there's no tension on the cords. The house, however, is still creepy. You can hear footsteps in the night, banging on the doors and occasionally walls. We all had this uneasy feeling with the bathroom mirror, to the point that we permanently hung a thick cloth over it. But no big activity since September. Christmas is typically a safe time of the year. Christmas Eve, my uncle always has a huge party, lots of laughing, singing, drinking, lots of Irish prayers answered. This was a saying my uncle liked to use when a bottle of Irish rye was empty and had an unopened one magically appeared to replace it. Now, traditionally, my uncle will announce that he thinks he hears reindeer bells, which gets the kids wanting to go home and officially ends the party. This year, however, it was a younger cousin who shouted, "I hear Santa's footsteps," about 2 hours before the party was set to end. Sure enough, there's loud footsteps overhead when all of a sudden the room breaks out in peals of young children screaming, as right out the large front window Santa swung back and forth, extension cords wrapped around his plastic neck. My father and I bolt upstairs because we know the plastic Santa was right in front of our living room window on a large overhang. I reach the stairwell door. To my surprise, the door's closed and locked. I get out my key and I open it. That's my dad gets out on the landing. I had honestly expected it to be open. Inside, all the lights in the house were off, including our Christmas lights. Grabbed the flashlights that's in the kitchen counter near the door. Kept them there for emergencies. Shine the light down the hallway. The bathroom, the pantry, the living room, the parents' bedroom, doors are closed. Hallway runner is pulled back to the living room door. We go down the hallway, open the door to the living room. It takes a moment for my father and I to register what we see. The living room window is wide open and the plastic Santa gone, but the window plastic sheet is intact and still sealed to the window frame. We tear the plastic off, pull the Santa up, and secure it back in place. We close the lock, and Dad gets the plastic to seal the window once again. There was no wind and no ice. Dad finishes applying the plastic sheet and tells me to go get my mother's hairdryer from a dresser top so we can seal up the plastic. I get the hairdryer, and as I return to my father, I forget about the hallway runner. It tangles up around my feet, and I fall. As I'm on the floor, I think I see someone in the light of the door frame to the stairwell. But when I pull myself up, no one's there. I give the hairdryer to my father, and about 10 minutes later we have the window sealed up. The stairwell door bangs once. Then we hear another door bang and assume it's the basement. We go around and discover the Christmas lights unplugged, which we most definitely know they were not when we left. We return to the party. No one seems to have noticed anything. Explained to my uncle in private what happened. Family starts filtering out and the party ends. My father slips me a swig of rye, to which I cough and sputter and gulp, but do keep it down. No style points on that one, though. My mother returns from the midnight mass. We retire upstairs and change in the house. It's like entering the eye of a storm. It's suddenly calm and peaceful, but you know it's only temporary. Just like tonight. See you next time. Eighth excerpt from my journal. More experiences from a converted funeral home. Eighth entry about my house. The second month of 1989. Things have changed in the house again, and not for the better. After the new year, I've noticed my dad staying awake longer, late into the night. He had always been a light sleeper. He usually got home from work and power napped till my mom got home. But he always went to bed between 10 and 10:30 and was up for work by 3:30. But now I'm hearing him up and it's just after midnight. The weird thing is, I've seen him standing in the middle of the dining room, staring into my room. I've also seen him in the middle of the hallway, looking into the kitchen. One night he was in the middle of my room, looking at me. I tried to talk with him, but he just wouldn't respond. Just shake his head slowly no. He snapped out of it later and just went to bed. I've tried talking to him about it, and he said he doesn't remember. Third month, 1989. Dad's still doing that standing in the room thing. I'm getting worried. Mom doesn't remember him getting him up, so I'm thinking he's not going to bed. Sunday night, I found him in the kitchen. He had something in his hand. I could tell from the light of the window it was metal. I backed off to my room. I heard him drop something into the sink before going to bed. In the morning, I discovered it was a kitchen knife. I made sure to move the knife back off the counter and into one of the cabinets after that. Late into the third month of 1989. Tonight at about 7, Dad fell asleep on the couch and was having a bad dream. He kept muttering that they're coming, they're here. He started tossing and turning, and I tried to sort of wake him up, and as I did, his hand shot out and he grabbed me by the throat. His hands felt like ice. Pounding on his forearm was like punching concrete. His other hand was right in my face, index finger curled as if holding something. His finger flexed and he snapped out of it, pulled me into a hug and apologized. Dad never showed open affection and never apologized. I asked what's going on and he said he would tell me one day, but not today. Mom will be home soon. Tonight is her late night. I moved the knife block into the pan cabinet again. Fourth month of 1989. My dad just woke up from a nap, sweating, having trouble breathing. He was complaining about something inside him, and that it hurt, and that he needs help. Mom takes him to the emergency room. The house is eerily quiet, literally and figuratively. Hours pass when my mother calls, and she's crying. She tells me that my father had had a heart attack. She's staying with him, and my grandfather's coming to take me to see him. We arrive at the hospital and rush to my father's room. A priest was just leaving the room. Obviously saying a blessing, and seeing us, he started to say words that are obviously meant to comfort. But I just wanted to reach my dad. Dad was in his room awake, but in some pain and discomfort. Tubes and wires everywhere. He was going to be headed to surgery for a procedure to clear the blockage. There was some danger involved, but it was less risky than doing nothing at all. They wheeled him from the room, Mom's a wreck, and we all waited together. The surgeon informed us that the procedure was successful and that they still need to evaluate the damage to his heart, but at least he's out of immediate danger for now. Dad spent 8 days in the hospital, a couple weeks more on home rest. It appears our carefree days of large extra cheese, onion, and pepperoni will be at an end. No more standing in the room. He goes to bed at around 9:30 now. Mom's going to church again. I'm just glad to have my dad, even if it costs us the savings from moving out of our own house. It's still quiet, but I can't help but think, was the house doing this to keep us here? I hate this house. 9th excerpt from my journal. More experiences from a converted funeral home. 9th entry about my house. 6th month of 1989. I really don't know what's going on with the house. Dad's recovered well. We go fly fishing on the weekends. That's with both of my grandfathers. Mom goes out with friends or visits my grandmothers. Basically, we try to be home as less as possible. Mom said something tried to push her down the stairs after she got to the top. She caught the handrail and didn't fall, but had a gnarly bruise on her shoulder. This kind of freaked her out, as seeing as how it hadn't been so long since I was a human wrecking ball. We, Dad, Uncle, and the paternal grandfather have been working in the attic, and they've included me. We're all building it into an attic Irish pub. Something is not happy about the pub. We have to use the back stairs to get to the attic, and every time we carry bags up, they split. Plastic tote handles snap, and the cold radiating from the basement door is so strong you can sometimes see your breath. My uncle and grandfather are great woodworkers, and the pub is coming along nicely. My father's been teaching me billiards, 8-ball and 9-ball, and we're learning snooker together, despite not having a 12-foot snooker table. My grandfather brought over a handmade plaque that read Sullivan's Pub. It has Celtic knots around the border and the phrase. Well, a phrase in Gaelic. My grandfather explains that everyone in his thick brogue, listen here lads, I got some old magic from home. And this here means that Ireland protect those that cross this threshold. He hung the plaque just over the door. The attic, where we would go to watch sports, shoot pool, and sort of became a place where the clans came together. It was finished on July 4th, 1989. The 7th month of 1989. We're starting to hear animal noises, all kinds of animals. Then there are scratches, deep scratches being left on the floor and walls near the attic door. The scratches are always in groups of 3s. The wall has been pounded on at night. My closet is once again creaking open, despite the hook and eye lock on it. Now I'm also seeing something walk past my door in the early morning hours, and it's huge. Blocks out the streetlights from the living room window. There's also a smell to it again. It's like wet moss and old copper pennies. There's scratches on the inside of my closet door and walls. Also, I'm seeing eyes outside my window. These could be the old barn owl, but it's never sat looking into my window all night. My friends don't come over anymore, and they say even just standing on the porch makes them feel unsafe. One even went so far as to say it felt like something bad was going to happen. Tenth excerpt from my journal. More experiences from the converted funeral home. 10th entry about my house. 8th month of 1989. Saturday morning. Hot, humid. My mom left for a trip with her sisters. She's headed north where it's a lot cooler. Lucky. So it's just Dad and I for the weekend. We have a day of fly fishing, playing pool, and watching old movies together, and generally trying to avoid the sun. Fishing was good. We caught a ton of sunfish. Eventually it just got to be hot and out in the sun, so we just packed it in and headed off for home. Afternoon. By this time we had to be pushing 100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's so damn hot out. My uncle has installed an old AC in the window. It's good enough to take out the humidity and some of the heat out of the open room. Dad planned ahead and got a case of Yacht Club soda. It's like local soda pop maker. That was for me, and naturally my uncle got some Irish ale. We listened to the Gaelic tunes and played some pool. Now the attic pub has become an oasis in a sea of bizarre events. Nothing happens in the attic outside of it. It's another story, though. Entering the attic, the door will bang as if somebody wants to get in. The finish on the door will be scratched and the walls will pound. Around the door started to smell, and at first it was like wet moss and pennies. Then it got real bad, like rotting food and body odor. After shooting pool and hanging out with my uncle, we head down to our floor. On entering, we hear this high-pitched beeping. We find that it's my father's weather alert receiver. He turns the volume up. Severe thunderstorm watch issued. Tornado watch issued for this afternoon and into the early morning hours. This is a new one for me. We don't get tornado watches issued often. Once every couple of years, if that. That's usually when there's a hurricane. We let my uncle know to stay tuned to the TV or radio. The storm. Nightfall. Dad and I had spent the better part of the evening watching old movies. The Mechanic, The Duel, and we could see flashes of lightning off in the distance outside the living room. It was almost like a strobe light. Dad flipped the TV over to a local station just in time to catch them interrupting the program to let us know that we're now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Vivid lightning, hail, and the possibility of a tornado. Now we both realize how this could go bad. If a tornado did form, we would have to head into the basement. And at night, and during a storm, knowing what it was like down there. Now we could hear the thunder rolling. The flashes of lightning were brighter. We turned the living room AC off and opened the window a bit. My father believed that the opened windows helped equalize some of the air pressure in the event of a tornado. He said he learned that in the Army. What it did do was let in the outside air, and you could smell the ozone from the charge in the air. Sure enough, the next flash strobed the house white, like blinking your eyes rapidly. Count. Make 5 Mississippis and boom, thunder. Next lightning strobe lit the house up green, and I happened to have been glancing toward my room. I saw that my closet door was wide open, and my father asked me if I saw green when the lightning flashed. Before I could say anything to my dad, the room lit up purple. Still looked into my room, the door was shut. Another purple flash, and 4 Mississippi boom. More lightning, green and purple, and a huge boom. I saw my closet door fly open. The doorknob had been embedded into the drywall. Green lightning flashed. The entity. I'm writing this the following morning, in the safety of daylight. I never want to go through what happened last night again, and I'm hoping my memory is accurate. I'm sure this will haunt my dreams for years. I remember the sudden absence of electronic sound as the power cut out. The crack of thunder indicative of a ground strike. Black punctuated by flashes of green and purple, constantly rolling thunder. Dad asks me to get the extra candles and flashlight from the stash in the kitchen, while he gets Mom's candles from their hope chest. I remember leaving the living room and going to the hallway, closing my parents' room, and the lightning is flashing and the thunder so loud. They're both nearly constant. The heart of the storm must have just been over us. The winds picked up and started howling like a pack of wolves. I could see into the kitchen, the door to the back stairs, and it was wide open. It was locked. I know it was locked because I locked it. Then something stepped out of the bathroom. Not funny, Dad. What was in front of me was as big as my dad. As the lightning flashed, I saw it move to its full height. The hallway was at least 8 feet high and 4 feet wide, and this thing took up most of it as it was much bigger and wider than my father. And suddenly a hand was on my shoulder pulling me back. "That's not me, boy." Words I hope to forget from my father, and I can't look away as my father tries to pull me back. The entity is black, even in the lightning. It's as black as can be. It had arms long and thick ending in hands, and it touched both side walls of the hallway. These hands appeared to be what I can only describe as hawk-like talon. It had a massive head, and the lightning would reflect back from 3 points, one higher and centered, the other two about where you expect eyes to be. It tilted its head like a dog hearing a high-pitched sound and then started to move its head side to side till it was moving it like a blur. Only the color of the lightning flashes reflected. It started to move at us. My father pulled me back hard and we just about entered the hallway, and shit! A peal of thunder mixed with every kind of animal cry you could think of tore down the hallway. The entity gouged the wall near the pantry door, and when it howled, the area under its eyes got even darker. My father flung me into the living room, stepped inside, and closed the door behind him. We lit my mother's candles that she had in the living room. The light cast shadows on the walls. These shadows moved differently than the flickering of the flames, like they scurried under the door and away from the light. The lightning flashed, the thunder boomed, the winds howled, and the thing in the hallway slammed the closed door. My father moved to shut the door between the living room and the dining room. The living room was closed off. Dad opened the window, and we'd jump out if we had to. Each door pounded, dining room, then hallway, and the shadows would creep under the door only to shrink when the candlelight touched the door. My dad took down an antique wood-framed polished silver mirror from the wall and put it behind the candles, reflecting the candlelight on the doors. The animal sound continued, got louder. Something walked up and down the hallway. A thunderous crash from outside as a huge part of oak tree came down. Lightning flashed. Still that odd green and purple color. The storm raged for a while longer, and it felt like hours, but we didn't have power, so no idea what the time was. We waited for the thing to burst into the room, but it never did. The candles burned all night. The storm passed. The smell of wet grass and broken wood replaced the ozone. All became quiet in the house, except for the dripping of water. '11th excerpt from my journal. More experiences from the converted funeral home. 11th entry about my house. The 8th month of 1989. After the storm. As I write this, I'm honestly thankful for making it through that storm and that night. First off, Mom is okay. No storms up her way. She'll be home later after learning about the storm damage. As to the storm damage, the winds brought down a good part of the old oak tree in the backyard, hit the AC window unit in the attic, and tore the windows and frame out. We salvaged what we could from the attic, notably my grandfather's plaque, but a lot of the woodworking that had been done was lost to rain, wind, and hail. On our floor, the ceilings are damaged from rain that got into the attic when the AC unit tested gravity and lost. They'll need to be replaced. My room, the closet was opened so forcefully that the hinges are partially out of the frame and the doorknob is indeed embedded into the drywall. I can't be positive, but I think I hear a faint whisper from the permanently open closet. I tried using my mother's boombox, dating myself again, to record on cassette, and yeah, that old, but I think it's too soft. The hallway was slashed down the drywall, 3 furrows dug about 3/4 of the way through. Whatever did it, well, I know what did it, but it was sharp, and it likely could have palmed my entire head with no difficulty. The living room door and frame were badly damaged. The hallway runner got stuck down the hallway and ended up in the sunroom. From the sunroom, we could see damage to other houses. There was a swing set in our backyard, and we don't own a swing set. The garden was crushed. Afternoon. My uncle came upstairs, and I swear he looked older than he did last afternoon. After making sure everyone was okay, my uncle looked at the hallway walls. It was here, wasn't it? My uncle asked us, and we could only nod our heads. Come on. He mentioned us to follow him, and we did. Went down the back stairs to the first floor. Oddly, the stairs were wet from water that came from the attic. The door to the living area was pushed in, wood splinters everywhere. The basement door was crushed outward. The door to the backyard was wide open. Another large branch from the oak tree came down, apparently. A neighbor's cat was sitting in the yard studying herself. I had always given her some food or water when I saw her, and so she came and let me know that she was hungry. When she got near the basement door, there was an odd animal sound from the dark basement, and it was followed by the same breathy whisper from my closet. Come down. This time, I'm positive I could hear a whispered voice. The cat must have heard it too, because it crouched down, side to the door, back arched, and she hissed and spit before running off. The hairs in our arms are standing on end. We continue to hear the whisper of "come see" from the dark open basement. I heard it, I know I did, and with their eyes moving back and forth, I could tell that my dad and uncle heard it too. My uncle regained himself and explained that something, he paused hearing a whisper of the word "me," something appeared to him. My aunt there in the kitchen. My aunt thought it was an animal sort of enraged by the storm. We heard more animal noises from the basement. A growl was my guess. My uncle continued as he mentioned how my aunt bolted to the living room. To their living room. My uncle told us how the entity moved from the kitchen to the stairwell, and he heard what sounded like hooves, bone going up the stairs. My uncle came upstairs to see what damage would be covered by insurance and what damage wouldn't, before heading out to get lumber and plaster. Evening. We boarded up the closet door and we helped my uncle board up the attic window. It felt violated in the attic, like all the joy and hard work was lost. To make matters worse, the whispering could be heard as we put the last screw into the plywood. See ya. Later that evening when my mother returned, Dad and I agreed that we don't want to tell Mom about the entity. Dad talked with my mother and described to pick up extra shifts on the weekend, and Mom would start working on Saturdays in a new pilot program to have banks open on the weekend instead of till 9 p.m. on Fridays. Dad was determined to have us move out by next year. In the meantime, I'll stay with my grandparents over the weekends. They need help around their house and we want to spend the least amount of time and hours. We went to sleep in the early hours of the morning, or at least I tried to. I kept hearing the squeak of a wood screw slowly turning. I was startled awake by the sound of a wood screw falling from a height and hitting the hardwood strip just before my bedroom carpet. The final excerpt from my journal. More experiences from the converted funeral home. 12th and final entry about my house. The 4th month of 1990. It's the 90s. Aside from the annoying whisper to enter the closet at the basement, the loud thumps and sets of 3 thuds. Things have been going well. But any time I don't see that thing, things are going well. First off, I've been accepted into a state-run vocational high school. I'm also trying something new. Well, new to me. I'm trying to quote-unquote come out of my shell more. I'm hoping that a more positive mindset might help keep the thing away. So yes, things are going well, and in fact, over the past several months, after I slimmed down holiday season and a bit of luck, we might be moving. The prospect of moving was slow going at first, but my parents and I stayed positive. And then it happened. My parents got lucky and hit the lottery. Not the jackpot, but enough that after taxes, they now have enough money to do a down payment and reduce the amount of money needed to be borrowed. This nightmare could finally be coming to an end. The light at the end of the tunnel. There are 3 solid knocks on my new, since the storm, closet door. This seems to happen more and more to remind me not to get too happy, so I gave the door the finger. I'm not letting this place take this joy from me. 6th month of 1990. My parents are assholes. Well, only in the sense that they pranked me good. It's the last day of school and I'd just gotten home. All of my stuff was gone. All my parents' stuff was gone. I went to the phone to call them at work and no dial tone. I went to the living room and no TV. I tried to turn on the lights, no power. The thought that somebody broke in again was quickly put aside when I heard laughing from the sunroom. My parents just pop up from the sunroom and honestly scared the hell out of me to tell me to get my stuff and that we're going for a ride. We head down the stairs and Mom and Dad head outside. As I reach the front door, I hear the hallway door behind and above me open and then the door slammed closed. And what to me sounds like heels moving quickly on stairs. I exit and close and lock the front door. We drove to another town, pull up in front of a blue-sided raised ranch off a back road. We go inside and it felt like what home should feel like. I spotted my grandfather's plaque over the door and that's when I knew this was our home. Found my bed and there's an AC unit in the wall, but underneath my room's window. Holy crap, I'm not gonna swelter this summer. This town is like closer to the vocational school I was just accepted into, and the yard was definitely big enough for a dog. My father tells me that we'll no longer be sleeping in our old place. Years of stress just washed away. First night in our new home. Mom's sound asleep. Dad and I are on the back deck, going over how tomorrow we get the rest of the furniture, and we'll need to be extra careful not to take anything from the old place that we found if we moved in. Sometimes I think Dad forgets I was 3 when we moved in. Early the next morning. I awoke early from that initial panic of where am I? And I was remembering the new house and I got up and I walked around. I went past my parents' room, past the bathroom and into the kitchen and dining room and into the large common room. Home. I went downstairs into the basement and I was actually in a basement in the middle of the night. Turned on the light and noticed my father had moved all his tools and fishing stuff. I realized that they must have been doing this all week long as I was finishing school. We had to at the end of the month to move our belongings. And we did with my uncle's help. He would meet us at this old place and help us move the larger items like tables and chairs. We left some of our older furniture to keep the place usable for my uncle. There had been talk about bringing his adult kids to fill the apartment as they were getting on to their years, but my uncle would crack jokes like, anything in a basement or a closet you want to take? A good laugh was had, but a nervous laugh. The closet door knocked loudly 3 times. It had to have the final say on our last day. And with that, we finished up and left, giving keys to my uncle. Night. Home. Both my father and I had trouble sleeping. We were concerned that my uncle being so glib might have caused problems and provoked the entity. We both found ourselves looking out over our backyard. Muggy July night, some fog covering the grass. We were both watching something large move around the edge of the property. Carefully. It never crossed the property line, thinking it was a large animal. Go! You don't belong here. You've no power here. Found myself muttering over and over again. My father pointed out that it looked like a bull pointed out its horns and then it was gone. The 7th month of 1990. Nothing. Just peace and calm. I got the lawnmower out of the basement today, cut the grass, cleaned it and put it away. No issue. We got an Australian shepherd puppy. She's running around on her dog run and digging a hole by the tree to nap in. I think this will likely be my goodbye entry. I think it's finally over. Yeah, it is finally over. To anyone that ever finds this, this is the honest account of life in well, I'm not going to say my city, state, or address. May you never see what I saw that night in August of 1989. Peaceful dreams. 8th month of 1990. I had hoped to never write in this journal again, but 1 year to the day that we saw the entity, here I am. No, it's not in our new home, as I've kept this up for so long and he meant so much to me. It's only fitting to enter this here. We received a call from my grandfather. My aunt from our old place had gone away on a trip. When she returned, she couldn't find my uncle. She saw the basement door was open and saw his body crumpled on the stairs. She called the police and rescue, but my uncle had a massive heart attack and this triggered a fall. The fall created any number of life-threatening injuries. They pronounced at the scene, and my uncle has fallen and he's gone. My father and I feel horrible. We got away, but the devil was paid his due. Epilogue Part 1. Conversations with Dad. More experiences from the converted funeral home. Epilogue Part 1. Conversations with my dad. The 8th month of 2010. First day of hospice care. I'm visiting my father. The doctors have said without any more treatments he has 3 months. Stage 4 cancer riddled throughout his body. My father made the hard choices so he wouldn't have to. He's refusing treatment and signed a DNR because the tumors are in all major organs and inoperable. This larger-than-life man in my younger years who stood 6 feet tall and pushed 375 for most of my childhood was now gaunt and about 110 pounds. When I was a kid, he could easily hoist me into the air with one arm. Now he was able to lift him with one arm, or I was able to. I bring my daughter over to visit as often as I can. She knows Grandpa's sick. They watch Thomas the Tank Engine together, and my father watches even without her to keep up with the plot twists. One afternoon, my daughter went down for a nap. After playing with Grandpa and watching Thomas. It was then that my father decided to show me a Ghost Hunters series he started recording on TiVo. We watch a couple of episodes, and then he decides it's time to talk. Our conversation went like this. Dad: not like your old apartment, huh? Me: no, nothing like that. Dad: too bad these paranormal groups weren't around then. Be no dude run. That would have scared the pimples off their ass. We just had those two from Connecticut, Ed and Rose. Ed and Lorraine Warren. Yeah, those two, yeah. They do assemblies when I was in school. Only ones I wouldn't ditch on. So you know it was an old funeral parlor, right? What was? Our old apartment? Oh yeah, the basement was the embalming room. Uncle's floor was for viewings, and our floor was the funeral director's living space. That closet of yours was the lift to get the bodies up and down. You never worked that one out? No, kind of explains a lot. Oh yeah, creepy shit started happening weeks after we moved in. Minor stuff. Windows opening, doors banging. But when he got older, he started talking to an old man who wasn't there. What the? Go through the picture albums you got from Mom. I think there's a few we took of you with the white mist in the background or around you. Ugh, thought that was cigarette smoke. Nope. We were too poor to move. My parents couldn't take us, and, your mom's mother. Well, as for me, I would rather naked wrestle a horny porcupine and swim to pool of Purell than live with that woman. Thanks for the visual, Dad. You're welcome. So the apartment was all we had. You used to talk about the adventure the old man said you would have and the treasure you would find in the cave. I don't recall that. You were just a little shit then. Now you're a big shit, so shut up and listen. The cave was your name for that area under the stairwell in the basement. You know the one. I hated that room. Yeah, that's because that was the first time you ever saw the shadow. What was Uncle Jay's word for it? Demon. It's Old Gaelic for demon. Yeah, Uncle Jay enjoyed teaching it the old language, but anyway, from that point on, it was like head under the blankets, monster in the closet. You stopped talking to the old man and thought he wanted to hurt you. You're creeping me out now. Well, it did get worse. The treasure you spoke of was the safe that was built into the foundation. Uncle Jay did some checking into the background with the funeral guy. Not a good man. 5th generation asshat businessman, and a convicted con man to boot. He was known for slipping valuables into the safe from the deceased. His partner, incidentally, was the one who set up a room in the attic and got the pool table up there, notified the authorities when he learned of it. What did Uncle Jay, or when, or why did he buy this place? Bought it dirt cheap. Our Uncle Jay never believed this stuff till after we moved in, and the activity increased. Anyway, after things started happening, Uncle Jay just went to the basement when he stashed a trunk of odds and ends that he found in the house, and in the trunk was a set of old ledgers where the last entry in it was. I'm done, that rat bastard turned me in. Family legacy gone to shit. May the devil take him and everybody that comes to this house after us. That night, according to Uncle Jay, both the director and the partner vanished. House went to some nephew who renovated it. Sat on the market for a while, and Aunt and Uncle snapped it up cheap. When Aunt G's friend heard it was a funeral home, she was all gung-ho to have those communication parties, bringing in those Miss Chloe psychics. Got to the point where Uncle Jay had a priest come bless the house. Things quieted down for a while. Then the break-in. The doors and thresholds were damaged. The blessing was vacated, and it came back seething mad. Go on. You mean you never wondered why we had your grandmother come get you from school instead of coming home? Why we all worked all those weekends and you stayed at your grandparents'? It wasn't until you were older where it was just feasible to have your grandparents watch you after school. That's when you really started to notice things. No, Dad never worked it out. Just thought you were saving money in that. What did it look like to you? To me, it was like shrouded had 3 eyes, hands like hawk talons. Big. 3 eyes, long horns pointed toward clawed hands. Darker than dark around it. After that night in the storm we were leaving, come hell or high water. Got lucky. Got the cash for the payment. Got out. Your mom had a priest bless the house. The grandfather kind of just carved and buried the 4 stones. You know, I would see that damn bull shadow in the trees outside our property sometimes. First night we saw it together, and then it took Uncle Jay. You know that, right? I believe it took him from us. Saw it again the night you moved out, over the nights leading up to your mom passing. The day we put down the dog, and now I see it like it wants me to know that it's waiting for me. My dad's meds kick in, and it was lights out on the Painkiller Express. Epilogue Part 2. Conversations with my cousin. More experiences from the converted funeral home. Epilogue Part 2. Conversation with my cousin. 9th month of 2010. The last time I saw my extended family was at my father's memorial. Or, if you will, an Irish funeral. I sent off booze, food, stories, and accomplishments of the deceased. Part memorial, part comedy roast. There you have it. It's there I reconnect with my cousins. Let's jump forward several months. 3rd month of 2011. Have you ever felt like your past was on a collision course with your present, and while you're waiting for a thunderous boom as the two meet, instead of a single electronic ringing of a cell phone that heralds the reunion. Phone rings, I see the contact info. Hello? Hey, it's cousin number 1. Listen, I wanted to ask you something, but you know it wasn't right last time we all meet. What's up? So my brother and I inherited the old place you used to live at. Yeesh. You have had weird things happen, and now you want to know if I've ever experienced anything like it while I was living there. Dude, yeah. Yep. Everything from noises to smells, banging doors, cabinets opening and closing, toys turning on, lights flickering, temperature differences. My dad and I even saw it once. Really? Yep. There's something dark there. Now, before I go any further, let me get some paper. Okay. Now, are you aware of the house's history? Cousin, I'm going to put you on speakerphone so my brother can join in. How's it going? Not bad, so you guys know the house was a funeral home. No. Yeah, Dad told me, owned by a real crook, stole from the deceased. At this point, I tell them everything I know about the house's past. Stunned silence. Everyone said we shouldn't live there and just sell it, but we thought it would be good to keep it in the family. I've got the first floor, brother's got the second. My girlfriend and her kid are with me on the second. If you got your kid in the back, at least the backmost bedroom, that used to be my room, and if I were you, I would change it. That closet. It uses that closet. It tormented me for years with that damn closet. Yeah, we found it open several mornings in a row, and sometimes at night I can hear my kid talking. I asked him if this morning who he talks to, and he said the old man that lives in the closet. We switched rooms, but it's still opening, and it's like being watched all the time. My father told me I saw an old man when I was a kid. He was trying to get me to go to the basement. Yeah, nope, we don't keep anything in the basement, not after the movers got hurt. What happened? We hired some guys to move everything out of the attic and the basement. Attic was fine, but guys had a hell of a time in the basement. One guy fell down the stairs, and one guy trying to get that safe moved had fallen on his leg. That crew quit over the basement, so we hired another crew, and dude, one guy lost 2 fingers trying to move that safe. He swears something bit them off. It's the only thing remaining in the basement. Yeah, this creeped me out just as much typing it as it did hearing it the first time. Some friends and family wanted some of the things in the house. Anyone that took anything returned it within a week, said it made the house feel creepy. Has anyone seen it? Seen what? I explained the entity as I remembered it. And how I remembered it was different than what I had in my journal, and I'd forgotten my father saw it slightly different than I did. No way. Yep. Look. It seems to build and then does something really frightening. Then takes time to savor the chaos it created. Then it starts up again. Honestly, don't screw around with it. It can seriously screw with you. Like you guys ever get into stupid fights, get so angry for no reason? So that's what this thing feeds off of. Yeah, we do. How do we stop it? I don't think you can. But Dad said Uncle Jay had some luck with an Irish priest, but it was always short-lived. It seems to be bound to the house, and no items in the house. When we moved, we left a bunch of stuff just to make sure. Okay, we'll try that. Good luck, guys. Epilogue Part 3. Conversations with my cousin. More experiences from the converted funeral home. Epilogue Part 3. Conversations with my cousins. 11th month of 2011. Cousin 1 calls me and tells me that they have moved out, and why. I'm obviously on speakerphone. Here's how this conversation goes. Man, we really screwed up. We had to move. We're going to put that place up and never look back. What happened? My brother had a priest from his church visit. They blessed each room of the house, upstairs and downstairs. They said that they would need to do this a few times. After about a month, the house grew calm, and we thought that it was over. It really was like a new place. I take it something changed. Yeah, man, I really screwed up. After our Halloween party, see, my brother and I threw a party. Drinking was involved and we had gotten a good buzz and had been talking about the odd stuff going on. Well, we thought it was finally gone. Torment is more likely. You're right, it was really dumb to think it was gone. Anyway, one of our guests, and this was the guy that we let in the weird things going on, and right from the start, we wanted to try the Ouija board. We told him no constantly, but he would always bring it up. Goes to his car and brings it out. Yep, a Ouija board, and says, let's find out. Please tell me you didn't use that thing, not in that house. I was buzzed. My brother had left the party, but 3 others stayed, and somehow we ended up sitting around this board, lights off, candles burning, asking questions and drinking. So using the board, we asked, is there anyone who will speak with us? No. No one will speak with us? Yes. What's your name? No response. Were you alive once? No. What are you? We are. What are you doing here tonight? Waiting. What are you waiting for? Blood. At that, a glass on the table tipped over and shattered. We jumped up and a few of the candles went out and we continued. Did you do that? Yes. Are you going to show us more? No. Are you trying to harm us? No response. What do you want? Kill. Have you killed before? Yes. What did people do to you? Called. When were you called? 1908. Why were you called? Revenge. Revenge on who? Thief. Doors began banging in the house. The sound woke me up and my girlfriend and I swapped bedrooms with her kid. The room felt uncomfortable and cold, and I know I heard something in the closet. We heard the banging, but we continued. Is that you again? We're here. When did you come to this house? 1925. Why stay in this house? Sorrow. The mourners woke you? Hunger. Will you ever leave? Never. What if we call the priest again? No response. What if we have a psychic come in? Mad. What if we force you to leave? We're here. The table felt like it lifted, so everybody stood up from the table. Somebody hit the lights and they came on. We could see blood and glass on the planchette. We all had got cuts from the glass on our fingers. Just then the door stopped slamming, the planchette on the board, untouched by anyone, covered in our blood, moves to go say goodbye. That's when it all came on, growling and banging from the door in the living room and head downs to the basement. The light seemed to dim and it looked like shadows were crawling out and wiggling from under the door. We started shouting. I thought you were pulling up like our chain a bit, but I turned on all the lights on the second floor and I tried to rush downstairs but had to stop. Stuff was coming out of the door to the basement. It was starting moving up the stairs. It was ice cold if you stepped on it. I raced back upstairs and got my girlfriend. It had started to come out from under our bedroom closet like a black fog. We ran and got her kid, turned to leave, and that's when we saw it standing in the kitchen. My kid said, "Look, it's the old man." But what was in the kitchen was not an old man. It was huge, big head, long arms, ended in clawed hands, and just as black as I've ever seen. I got my keys and we ran. We ran outside, got in the car, and we were gone. Then it appeared downstairs. My friends bolted as it hurled the planchette at us. We ran from the house. What I remembered next was that both outside doors slamming shut at the same time. So everyone's unharmed? Yeah. Did it ever follow you after you left? No, not when we moved, or when I moved out on my own. Yeah, we're done with it. Good call. Take nothing from the house that came with it. That's what we did. The house was sold as a flipper a few months after. My research shows that they had to sit on the house and ended up losing it to the bank. It was then sold to the current owner. Notes from 2020 original post. I understand that my cousins are providing me this information, but I believe them. The detail they both provided was far too similar to my own experience. Some parts of it I didn't tell them about. I'm also not surprised that using the Ouija board provoked it. This would be the last time that I spoke with my cousins about the house. They are alive and well and want nothing more to do with the house or even talk about it anymore. My experiences do not end here. I recently got in contact with the current owner. Continued activity in the converted funeral home, Part 1. Present day, my initial contact. I reached out via snail mail to the current owners of the house. Hello, this will likely be the most bizarre note you will receive. When I was a kid, I grew up on the second floor of this house. I've included a printout of the layout of the second floor. The house was once a funeral home, and I'm writing because I've been sharing my experiences with strangers, and it's really awoken like a sense of responsibility about this house. I'll be blunt. This house has a dark entity in it. I know this will sound crazy, but I've seen it. I lived in terror of it for years. I was terrorized by it, physically assaulted, and I believe it went as far as to oppress my family. The basement is unnerving. Have any children started to have an imaginary friend called the Old Man? Here's an email address where you can respond if you want. Please forgive the lack of identification or return address, but I've learned to be wary of anything physically coming from the house. A few days later, the email address gets a hit. Current owners. You're not crazy, we've seen it too. Your letter arrived, and I admit my partner and I were very skeptical, but you captured the layout of the upper floor just perfectly. It's odd that we actually took comfort from knowing that we're not going crazy. We moved in about 8 or 9 months ago. The house was undervalued for its size, so we thought that we got a good deal. Being non-essential workers, we're both quarantined at home, and it feels like something is drawing on the fear and uncertainty. My partner believes she has a gift, and the night after we closed on the house, she couldn't sleep. She said we made a mistake and that something was waiting for us in the new house. I was always a skeptic about the paranormal, but lately I'm thinking there's more to this world. We moved in, and on the first day the home stunk of rotten eggs, and it would go away and return. When not smelling like eggs, it was like compost. It was so strange. Our cat will hiss and growl in the middle of the night, and we'll find her gaze-locked on the door to the basement on some random corner. We hear the footsteps on the second floor, but no one's renting the apartment. We called the police once, convinced somebody was up there. They heard the steps and started an investigation. The doors and windows were locked. No one was up there. One day we saw a figure a good 7 feet tall taking up the whole window frame of what was your bedroom window as I was gardening. It appeared to be watching us. My partner tried to get a picture of it on her phone, but the file corrupted. You mentioned an old man, and I had a long pause right there. My partner and I don't have any, but we do have a nephew. He's been going on now about the old man that talks to him in his playroom. The room is the one directly under your old bedroom. My partner studied Reiki and is trying to push positive energy into the home to force out the negative, but so far has had no luck. Ghost of the Mount Washington Hotel, White Mountains, Bretton Woods, New Hampshire. I absolutely love this old hotel, and any chance I can, I head to it. But the interesting thing about this hotel is it's haunted. The most active room of the hotel is room 314. It's referred to as the Princess Room. This is the room that the hotel's founder's wife, Carolyn, would stay in. Her original canopy bed is in the room. That being said, you don't need to stay in that room to experience activity. My wife and I stayed in the hotel for our 15th anniversary last year, and the story we got to take away is the one I'm about to share. We stayed in one of the hotel corner vista rooms, phenomenal views, but they're located at the end of a long hallway. My wife and I go to dinner in the main dining hall, and they set up a table for Carolyn with the original china and silverware every night. I took a photo of the table and went and had dinner. As we finish and leave, my wife notices the knife and fork are on the plate. We mentioned it to the hostess, who immediately tells the manager next to her that she did see the silverware move. My dumbass forgot to get a picture of the silverware position post-dinner. After going to the Speakeasy Club for a few drinks, we start to return to our room. But in the hallway, half down, the floor is like a huge white mist. Its form becomes somewhat more human-like as I fumble to drop my phone. It tilts what would be its head to us and then vanishes into the room. The room is 314. We go to the main desk to speak with one of the people, and they call the manager. The manager listens, writes a few things down, and says that we're a third party that evening to report seeing Carolyn in the hall. The hotel has a small book of all the images of Carolyn that have been captured over the years, and you can request to view it during your visit. There's never been malevolent reports of encounters with her, but she has been seen many times, and the wait list to get this room is very long. When I was in kindergarten, my friend and I saw a green hand coming from underneath the bed we were sitting on. It was feeling the bed sheets and the pillow. I'm 25 years old now, and I still remember this event pretty distinctly. At the time of when this event occurred, I was living in Aurora, Ohio, near Cleveland. I had one younger brother who was not present for whatever reason. The time of which this event occurred was probably either after school or during the middle of the day on a weekend. I don't remember. I do, however, remember that it was broad daylight. My brother and I shared a room with the bunk bed in which the bottom bunk was perpendicular to the top bunk. It was allowing the sort of a cubby space underneath the top bunk. There was a small area of space, I'd say about 1 foot in width, between the back of the lower bed and the wall it was near. My friend from class and I were sitting at the foot of the lower bed at the opposite end. It was away from the underneath portion of the bunk bed near the wall. We were playing with Pokemon cards. This was in like 2001 or 2002, so Pokemon was all the rage at this point for the young kids. This was around the time period that Game Boy Advance was released. Everything was normal. We were having a conversation as we were messing around with the cards. Then all of a sudden, at the back of the bed, caught the corner of my eye. Naturally, I turned to look and see what it was. As I looked to my left, the seemingly normal conversation I was having with my friend abruptly and ominously came to a halt, and both of us stared in bewilderment in complete silence for I'd say a good 3 seconds. It was very quick. When I turned, I saw a green hand which had come up from the back space behind the bed. I was feeling the pillow and the bed in the area where my brother would put his head to sleep. Like I said, the whole thing lasted, I'd say, maybe 3 seconds. Then the hand vanished. I don't remember if it went back behind the bed or if it just dissipated. It happened very quickly. As soon as the hand disappeared, I broke the ominous silence, asked my friend sitting next to me, "Did you see that?" He replied, "The hand?" confirming that we had both seen the same phenomenon. I ran across the house and told my mother what we had just seen. She quickly brushed it off and told me it was nothing. I went back to the same room and continued playing with my friend. I wouldn't say that my friend and I were particularly scared by the event, though it was definitely very strange. I never told my little brother about it, who slept in the lower bunk bed. To this day, I remember this event distinctly, and I've looked online and have found other events that were similar to this event described on the internet. Other people claimed to have seen green hands in their house. Has anyone else heard of this before? A nighttime visitor. This is an experience that happened with my friend who was sleeping over at my house. We had a finished basement that was dubbed the second living room. It was our hangout with an old couch, a chair, and all of our gaming consoles. My friend slept in the basement. That's when she would spend the night, and I was in my room upstairs and always told her that she was more than welcome to sleep in my room, or at least the actual living room. She always declined because of how hot it got upstairs. She told me that she was laying down on the couch, having kind of a hard time falling asleep, and she was on her side with her back, was out to the room. She was feeling okay for a bit, but suddenly felt like someone was in the room with her. She turned around to see if it was me or my sister, but didn't see anything. She turned back around and just kind of laid there for a bit longer. Suddenly, she heard a man's voice start talking. She flipped around and saw a figure sitting on the chair on the other side of the room. She stares at it for a second, trying to get a good look at it. She realizes that it doesn't really have any features. It's just the shape of a person sitting in the chair. Soon it actually speaks to her. According to her, it asked her what she was doing, or how. Asked how he's doing in like a typical southern girl kind of an accent. They carry on a conversation full of your typical small talk. Towards the end of the conversation, the figure asks, "Did I frighten you?" She answered honestly and told her that she was startled because he kind of popped out of nowhere. He stood up and moved toward the stairwell and said, "Good," before walking up the stairs. At this point, she loses it. She calls me and yells that I need to get down there as soon as possible. I'm thinking she hurt herself or something, so I'm down there in about 30 seconds. She's crying and telling me that something in the basement was with her. I thought she meant that someone had broken in through one of the windows that was down there. We lived on a hill, and that one wall was above ground. I looked at the window and see that it's perfectly fine. I start to ask her what she means by it. She tells me about the figure and it talking to her. I asked her why she made me come downstairs instead of coming up, and she said she was just paralyzed after hearing it say "good." She was so scared by this that she wouldn't go upstairs, and that was until I brought down her dog to walk her back up. This is the same dog in my doorknob story, and her thought process was that he would protect her. Parker was more than happy to come down, so she took that to mean that it was safe to go. She decides she wants to sleep on my floor and have Parker in there, just in case. After that, she didn't sleep over again. I can't really blame her for that. A loose doorknob. This experience is one I share with my sister. The beginnings of it are a bit hazy, I'll admit. For whatever reason, sleeping in my sister's room. I think we may have watched a scary movie and I was too chicken to sleep on my own, but needless to say, I don't remember why it was in there, but that's where the story takes place. We're sitting on our bed around 1 a.m. We had a dog that slept in my sister's room at the time, so he was there too. Parker, the dog, had fallen asleep, so we were trying not to wake him up. He's loud when he's rowdy. So we're just playing on our phones, showing each other videos, and cracking jokes, the usual. We had to be quiet because both parents were in bed and it was a weeknight. I think we were on the same school break, I'm not 100% sure though. After a while of nothing interesting happening, Parker shoots his head up. My sister and I are both caught off guard. We stop what we're doing and listen to see what woke him up. We don't hear anything in the hall. and we turn our attention back to our phones. Parker is still staring at the door a few minutes after we stop paying attention. My sister tries to get his attention so we would lay back down and go to sleep. She has no luck getting Parker to even acknowledge that she's there, let alone responding to his name or pets. After a few more minutes of him staring the door down and my sister trying to get his attention, something happens. The doorknob was a bit loose in the door. Years of kids grabbing and pulling will do that to a doorknob. But it looked and sounded like somebody was on the other side of the door wiggling the knob up and down extremely fast. Parker hears and sees this and goes nuts. He jumps off the bed, gets between the door and the bed that we're sitting on at this point, and he just is snapping and snarling in a way that we've never, ever heard from him before. It was honestly terrifying. My sister and I were completely frozen. We didn't know what to do. Parker was showing all the signs of a dog in full-on aggression mode. His ears were back, his hackles were raised, and it looked like he was trembling. I thought at the time that maybe he was so angry he was shaking, but looking back, I honestly think he was trembling out of fear. Of course, because it was 1 a.m. on a weeknight, it took my parents about maybe 3 seconds to get out of bed and come storming into the room. My dad throws open the door and starts yelling at everybody. He thought that we got Parker started. He soon realizes that my sister and I are crying, and Parker peacefully laying down on the floor and was watching my dad. My mom comes in and asks why we got Parker started and why we were crying so hard. We told her that we didn't do anything. Parker heard the doorknob being wiggled around and jumped up and went nuts. Of course, my dad is your typical non-believer and said that we must have had a dream and scared Parker when we woke up. We knew there was no point in arguing with him. He's never believed us when we told him, that kind of weird shit in our house. My mom was a bit more reassuring and laid back for us. Nothing else happened after my parents came in the room, though. A few tales about my neighborhood. Growing up in my childhood home, my friends and I spent a lot of time in the ditch between my neighbor's house and mine. We would do a whole bunch of things like crawling through the drainage pipes, only when it was sunny, of course. We would play in the ditch while it rained, and it was super fun when the water built up. We did some other forms of tomfoolery too. One day I was hanging out in the ditch with a couple of my friends when we heard this whistling. We all got quiet for a moment and listened very hard. It was getting closer and closer while we all looked around, panicked, trying to figure out if it was someone messing with us. We all get out of the ditch looking around everywhere and didn't see anyone. Soon it sounded like the whistling was coming from behind us. We booked it to my house. We all took a few minutes to settle down and was still looking around to see if it was someone's older sibling being a jerk, but we never did see anyone. We all discussed how scared we were and how it felt like the hairs on the back of our necks stood up the closer the whistling got. We never saw anything and we never heard the approach of anyone that might have been whistling. Once my mom and I were taking a walk around the neighborhood to get out of the house for a little bit. We were a couple of streets away from our street and walking next to the local park. It was midsummer in the middle of Georgia, so the temperature was about 95 degrees. I don't know why I agreed to walk. I hate sweating. We were just chatting about different things when both of us got silent as we walked through an ice-cold spot. It was 2 seconds at the most, but the change in temperature was very jarring. We get through the spot, walk in silence a bit further down the road, break the silence first, and asked if she felt the icy spot back there. She looked at me and nodded her head and said she also felt like we were being watched. We weren't supposed to go through that spot. The mood had drastically changed. We decided to end the walk early and go home. Lastly, a bunch of friends and I were sitting in the neighborhood park. And being your typical obnoxious middle schoolers, we were sitting around the picnic table area and we were laughing and joking. My younger sister was there, and I happened to be best friends with somebody with the same name. So we're all laughing and joking together when suddenly, a few of us hear something calling my sister or my friend's name. We aren't sure who it was directed to. Those of us who heard it the first quickly told the others to be quiet and to listen. We heard it again and more clearly because everybody was quiet now. It was very unsettling. The way the name was said, especially. None of us could tell the gender of the voice or pinpoint where exactly it was coming from. It kept saying the name over and over, getting more drowned out each time it was said. There were a few other kids and parents at the park and the play area, so we figured it was one of them calling their kid. However, we were all watching them, and they were on the other side of the park, which means they would have had to be yelling for us to hear them. This voice that the name was saying, it wasn't yelling, it was just speaking it. After that, we decided to go our separate ways. We didn't go back to the park for a while. A demon or a ghost? I was around 12 years old and sitting on the back of my dad's truck with the tailgate down. I was waiting on my friend to meet up with me. That way we could go do whatever 12-year-olds do on a weekend. That was my dog's ears. It was a spring day in Georgia, so everything was alive and very noisy. Dogs were barking, flapping their ears, and birds were chirping. Bugs were screaming. After sitting there for a while, everything goes silent. There wasn't a peep. I look around to see if there were any birds or dogs around me, and there wasn't. When I turned back to look at the street, there was a black, misty, shapeless form walking from my neighbors. It was across the street from me, walking from their yard to the neighbor's yard. As I'm watching it move, I whispered in disbelief, "What the hell is that?" Apparently it heard me because it stopped as soon as I said it and looked like it was turning toward me. Although it was shapeless, it was thinner while moving and kind of thickened out like a normal person would when you look at them head on. It stood there for what felt like an eternity and I'm guessing stared me down. My heart was beating very fast and I don't think I was even breathing. Started to move toward me and was about to step into the street when I heard my friend yell to me from up the street. The way the houses were built, she couldn't really see the side of the street with him. I snap my head from her, raise my hand so she knows I'm there, and immediately go back to look at the form, and it wasn't there anymore. Once I saw that it was gone, everything came back to life. All the noise expected at springtime hit me at once, and I became extremely overwhelmed and started to cry. My friend reached me and saw that I was crying, and she was rightfully confused and asked why I was upset. I told her everything that I'd experienced, and she got quiet. She told me she saw it not too long before I did at her house. She lived a street over, and told me that she was terrified during the encounter. She said it started to move towards her from her neighbor's yard, like me, into hers, and she was completely frozen. She broke out of that trance because her mom told her she needed to come inside for dinner. Because we were so spooked by that, we decided it was a good day to have a movie marathon. I never saw it again, but I do believe I had other encounters with it. So, was it a ghost or was it a demon? My encounter with the black dog of Hanging Hills. In Meriden, Connecticut, about 40 minutes outside of where I live, there exists a range of mountainous trap rock ridges called Hanging Hills. The easiest way to get to them is to park in a wooded mountainous park called Hubbard Park. Take a trail that starts with a slightly intimidating passenger bridge that crosses over the highway. I'm afraid of heights, but always try to challenge myself by going hiking and putting myself in slightly uncomfortable situations, to overcome my fears. In the spring of 2014, my wife, or girlfriend at the time, we decided to take our umpteenth hike up hanging hills to see Castle Craig. It's a stone tower that stood at the end of the main trail and overlooked the cliffs. The city of Meriden in Quinnipiac Valley, and for the umpteenth time, we launched into a discussion on the drive there about the legend of the black dog. I find ghost stories that have any shred of historical reality to them intriguing. Well, I guess you could just say mostly because the representations of ghosts on TV or YouTube these days involve people becoming easily scared by shaking or noises in abandoned locations. The legend of the black dog is an exception. That's because it involves the legend itself and the story of two geologists from the late 1800s. They apparently encountered it and actually documented it. The legend has that you see the black dog of Hanging Hills once for joy, twice for sorrow, and 3 times for death. There are plenty of legends of black dogs in folklore, which sort of tell a similar tale. The two geologists, W.H.C. Pynchon and Herbert Marshall, they were conducting research of the area in the winter of 1891 when they encountered the black dog. According to the story, Pynchon had seen it once. Herbert had seen it twice before. Herbert didn't believe in the legend. After ascending the hills again alone, Hubert supposedly fell to his death. I remembered the image of the black dog from W.H.C. Pynchon's story, which clearly every time we hiked up the mountain. This time was no different. That particular day, my girlfriend and I encountered a hiker on the trail that was letting his black dog without a collar roam loose. We weren't sure whether it was to mess with people or not. The dog wasn't little like the one depicted in Pynchon's story. Rather, it was bigger, like a lab terrier mix, and friendly too. It came up to us and started panting at our legs. "Sorry about that," the hiker said as he caught up to the dog and us. "Not at all. I bet you love having a little bit of legend with you around here." "Oh yeah, the ghost dog," the hiker said, forcing a laugh and grimacing as he had heard that one too many times. As he walked away, my girlfriend made a comment about my obsession with the stupid dog and not wanting to hear about it. We made our way to Castle Craig about 20 minutes later. Unlike the trails off the highway, the main trail from the park is not long or difficult other than a large hill at the end of it. We took pictures at the top of the tower and by the cliffside, and not really thinking anything more about the black dog. We had made so many trips up to the tower and seen so many hikers with black dogs that the legend almost seemed like a joke at this point. "Want to take the main trail down or the road?" I asked as we finished up taking pictures and drinking whatever water or Gatorade we had left in our packs. "The road," she insisted. "We can see that river." The road leading up to Castle Craig is typically taken by cars and bikers. We sometimes hike down it to catch a glimpse of the Quinnipiac River on the way back to the park. Despite it being a warm April day, there were very few cars or bikers on the way down. It was nice and quiet. About a quarter of a mile into our walk, my girlfriend tugged me on the shoulder and pointed to a figure on the side of the road between some shrubbery. It stood about 10 feet ahead of us. "The hell is that?" she said. I took a step toward. She tugged on my shirt and shook her head. "Is that what—" I nodded. All I could do was nod. The figure was small and resembled a black dog with floppy ears and a hot dog tail, much like the one in Pynchon's illustration. I wouldn't have thought that much of it if not for the fact that the figure was blurry. It wasn't the distance between us that made it blurry, and there weren't any fog-related conditions that day. It was almost as if Mother Nature had taken the dog in a Photoshop program and used the blur effect on it. Even when I took a step closer, to my girlfriend's hesitance, it still looked blurry. We were frozen otherwise, though. I didn't think to take a picture of the figure. There was an unknowing understanding between us that we shouldn't approach and just wait for it to cross. As the figure crossed the road, it didn't look at us. It just dawdled with its nose to the ground. For the rest of the hike, we were silent. We both knew what we saw, but couldn't put it into words. It was only after a while that I said I should have taken a picture, but deep down, I felt it was a good thing that I didn't. Seeing the figure wasn't frightening, but it wasn't pleasant either. We've been back to the Hanging Hills many times since, and we never encountered any luck or sorrow. Just a memory of a little blurry black dog and an understanding that, well, when you see an actual paranormal entity with somebody else and understand what it is, there isn't really a question about it. I've read many stories posted online since about the black dog. Few have described what we saw. Black dogs run loose in the park all the time, and a number of encounters we read about seem like fabrications, or just in the peach tree. For most of my life, my grandparents lived in a small town on the border of Maine and New Hampshire. To really even get in the house, you had to travel through several back roads that were not lit by any streetlights. They built the house from the ground up in the early 90s with the help of family members and like a small construction crew. It was an idealistic brick and wood style house with 3 bedrooms, a half-finished basement, and a porch that was sealed off from the rest of the house. Growing up, my brother and I used to spend at least 1 week a summer alone at that house. My grandparents weren't the warm type, but they would take us hiking and bring us to the beach and let us roam the property on our own. My grandparents' house had what seemed like endless woods surrounding it, miles of tall grass that separated their property from their neighbor's house. When my brother was 11 and I was 8, we went exploring one afternoon in an attempt to find that neighbor's house. My grandparents were off gardening and didn't care so much about where they went, so as long as we were home for dinner. That's the way it was with the 7 boys they raised, and they didn't feel it would be any different from their grandkids. As we made our way through the tall grass, we cut ourselves on the blades, and I was bit by a gardener snake. We were unfazed because, well, unless we were seriously injured, my grandparents paid no mind and had the boys will be boys attitude. But the grass so tall, it was tough to know how far we were from either house. Eventually, we stumbled upon a patch of dead grass and a peach tree. It seemed odd to find a peach tree in the middle of nowhere, but we were excited and started picking peaches off the tree. We sat atop the branches, burying our faces in the juiciest peaches. Nothing like what our mom bought us from the grocery store, but after a few minutes, we saw a figure standing underneath it. It was an African-American woman in a rose-pink embroidered dress. She looked middle-aged and tired. A moment later, we noticed a young boy and a girl about our age standing behind her. The boy was wearing overalls and a white t-shirt, and the girl was wearing a sundress. Their outfits looked unusual, but we didn't question them. We just stared as though, well, this woman was just smiling. "Go ahead and eat the peaches," she said, smiling. We just stared blankly at her. "It's okay." We smiled, said thanks, and grabbed a few peaches to take with us. "You two look tired. Where do you live?" "We're at our grandparents' house over there." She nodded, but never told us where they lived. My brother had spotted another snake in the grass, darted after it. The 2 kids laughed and watched as he wrangled the snake and slung it over his shoulder as he was like Indiana Jones. I tried to catch another nearby snake, but fell flat on my face. By the time I got up off the ground, the woman and her children were gone. When we went back to my grandparents' house, we told them about finding a peach tree and coming across her neighbors and kids. She was only half paying attention, though, made some sort of comment about how it was nice kids are still playing outside. About 20 years later, when my grandparents had sold the house and moved to a mobile home in New Hampshire, I asked her if she remembered her African-American neighbors that lived next door. This gave her pause as she struggled to remember. There was a French woman who lived there, she told me, but not African-American. Maybe she had friends over. Nope, she said, confused. She lived alone and hardly anyone visited her. I started to think that I had dreamt the event because it had happened so long ago. That's when I recently asked my brother. He thought it was interesting that I never brought it up after all this time. He had thought he might have dreamt it too. He remembered the family and remembered the peach tree, but a couple summers later when we went up to my grandparents' house alone, he tried to retrace our steps, but couldn't find any peach tree. He only saw the old French woman that lived there for many years, and I struggled to think of a logical explanation for the event. I even tried my best to research the property that we had searched for. It turns out, like my grandparents, the French woman had her house built on the property. Before then, the property had just been woods, one long flowing field of tall grass. I also discovered that peach trees don't grow in Maine. The type of clothing I remember the woman and her children wearing were most popular in the 1930s. There were no record of the property before the 60s, though when the French woman had built her house. Threatening entity / possible possession. I'll start off with explaining my family and living situation. My wife and I have 3 children. Her daughter who is 7, my son who is 9, and her son who is 10. We don't have any children together. My wife and I share a bedroom. Her daughter has her own room and our boys share a room with a bunk bed. Her son sleeps on the bottom bunk and my son sleeps on the top bunk. There's all 3 of us, full-time, and visit the other parents every weekend. My son has always had some behavioral issues that stemmed from us living with my parents for some time and things that they allowed him to get away with when they were watching him. I feel as if I'm also to blame for some of his issues because I'm not a super loving, affectionate person. And I believe that every child needs that from their parents. When my wife and I first started dating, my son got along great with her 2 children aside from some jealousy and selfishness traits that come from being an only child. But as the relationship progressed, the 2 boys started butting heads a bit more. For the past few weeks, my son's been calling my stepson an idiot multiple times a day. He gets in trouble for doing this, and when asked why, he chose to call names. He says he doesn't know and just tears up like he's confused. He's also been staring and glaring at my wife with a blank expression that makes her feel extremely uncomfortable. He's also lunged at her a few times in a threatening manner. My son has never done these things before, and it just seems like it started to happen out of nowhere. We have him in counseling and we're working to resolve these issues. Before I get into explaining the events that we experienced last night, I want to explain the one previous experience we had in our bedroom. My wife and I were laying in bed one night. I was asleep and she was awake. She started nudging me, which woke me up, told me that she was seeing a shadow figure in the corner of our bedroom. I looked and didn't see it at first, but as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could see it as well. It was a dark, translucent figure that stood maybe 5.5, 6 feet tall. It was just standing in the corner of our bedroom. We stared at it for maybe 2, maybe 3 minutes, and it started to fade away until it disappeared completely. Neither of us felt threatened or unsafe, but we were definitely creeped out. That was about 2 years ago. We haven't had anything else happen until last night. Fast forward to last night. We were playing a video game online, Call of Duty. I was with my sister, her boyfriend, and a couple of their friends. It was around 7:30 and I started to feel dizzy and nauseous, so I told her I was going to head to bed. She woke me up around 9:30 to smoke a cigarette with her, but I started to feel dizzy and nauseous again, so I headed back. Laid there for a while, unable to sleep, and started to get cold chills and goosebumps and had an uneasy feeling. My wife came to bed at around 11 and fell asleep pretty quickly, but I was still unable to sleep. I laid in bed for what I assume was about half an hour and started to hear thumping and tapping around our house. Some noises were in our bedroom, and some sounded like they came from our kitchen, some from the kids' bedroom. I then heard what sounded like one of our kids walk down the hallway and into the hallway bathroom and slam the door. Thought that was odd because none of our kids slam doors, and they usually don't wake up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I started to hear light talking, whispering almost. Then I heard a female voice say my name. "Do you want to go do that thing?" it said. Thought it was my wife asking me to go smoke, so I attempted to roll over and ask her why, but I was unable to move or talk. I started to think that I was experiencing sleep paralysis, which I've never had before, but I knew that I was definitely awake. I thought about some things I've read on Reddit and other places online about commanding spirits or entities to leave my home, or leave me alone at least. I was finally able to say, "Leave me alone," and when I did, I saw a light flash in her bedroom window and saw something drop from about shoulder height onto the floor, which made a loud thump sound. It reminded me of someone dropping a cell phone or a TV remote. I started to freak out, but was finally able to move, so I shook my wife's arm and woke her up. I had her turn on her phone light, and nothing was there. I got up and turned on her bedroom light and started looking for whatever it was. Nothing was there. Explained what happened to my wife, and she was obviously scared at this point. We laid in bed for a few minutes and started to hear thumping noises coming from the boys' room where all of our 3 children were sleeping. So I got up, turned their light on, and checked on them. But they were all asleep. I laid back in bed, and a few minutes later we heard something fall in the boys' bedroom again. I got up, turned the lights back on, and saw that a book had fallen off the top bunk onto the floor. But the book was open, face down on the floor. Think of it as an A with a spine facing up and the 4 edges of the book touching the floor. The book was about 2 feet away from his feet and the foot of his bed. So I didn't think that he would have been able to knock either of them off. Her 2 children woke up when I was about to leave the room and followed me to our bedroom, so we let them sleep on the floor. I must have fallen back asleep, but a few minutes later I awoke to my wife hyperventilating, and she said that she had looked in the same corner of our room, saw the figure again, but this time it was standing over her 2 children in the middle of the room. I looked, but I couldn't see it, and she said it had vanished again. We heard a few more thumps and thuds throughout them, but nothing really happened. My wife seems to think something may have attached to or possessed my son, taking his behavior into account, that is, and I'm scared for the safety of my son and my family in general. Our neighbor is a pastor of our local church, and I'm going to speak with him after work tonight to see if he's willing to come bless our home and see what his thoughts are. But at this time, we're scared to go back to our home because of what happened last night. Ex-death row wing. To give some background to working on G-wing or golf wing, G-wing used to house death row inmates as they await their executions in the prison. It's set up similarly to other wings in the prison, except a little bit different. The wing is divided between 3 floors and 6 rows of 17 cells each row. We no longer house death row on the wing, and the first floor is the only floor with inmates housed in the cells. These inmates are open population inmates placed on disciplinary confinement. The second floor contains 5 supermax cells. The 3rd cell down on the right side now is actually held Ted Bundy. It's a supermax cell. The rest of the cells on the 2nd floor are empty and still have TV stands. The 3rd floor is empty as well, with regular cells. Our quarter deck is a small 15 by 20-ish foot on the 2nd floor, where we have a desk set up and a few chairs. Bathroom, break room with a fridge and a microwave. The quarterdeck is where the officers chill at while in between rounds and activities. The staircase that goes to all 3 floors is directly to the right of the quarterdeck next to up front of the door wing. The wing is also generally dark. In the emptiness of the wing, keep in mind, this wing is meant to hold over 100 inmates and only holds about 30-ish inmates on the first floor. Give the wing a dead silent, foreboding feeling. Now that you understand the way the ex-death row wing is set up, I can go ahead with the stories. When I first started working in the prison, I was told by many COs that G-Wing is the easiest wing to work due to you only having to walk the 2 rows on the first floor, making your rounds quicker and easier. However, the trade-off is that the wing is fucking creepy, with long, dark, empty rows, flickering lights out of place, noises, footsteps, doors opening on their own. This wing had it all, but everyone picked it because after all, it's the easiest wing to work. I finally worked G-Wing, the first time about a month ago. And I still remember the first time I've ever dealt with something just so unexplainable. I entered the wing at around 6 p.m.-ish and proceeded to do my first rounds, basically just making sure all the gates are locked, showers, closets, pipe chases, everything. After doing my round and everything was locked, and all my inmates were good, me and the other CO started shooting the shit. Around 9 p.m., the first weird thing happened that made us all question it, but not really freak out. We had the second floor pipe chase open on the quarterdeck, our smoke spot, and I and another unnamed CO were just burning up when we heard loud clangs above us on the 3rd floor catwalk. Keep in mind, the only way for someone to go to the 3rd floor catwalk in the pipe chase would be to have the house keys to unlock that pipe chase, which were on my hip. We brushed it off as a rat, kept smoking, and continued the shift. I'm unsure of the exact time this happened, but it was after 2 a.m. and before 5 a.m. Me and the other 2 COs were on the quarterdeck. We were just talking. That's when we were cut off by a loud and long creaking noise on the 3rd floor. We all agreed that it sounded like the row gate being opened on the 3rd, so we grabbed our flashlights and ran up the stairs, thinking that somehow an inmate from the 1st floor escaped, made it up to the 3rd floor without us noticing. All of which was very improbable, but it was the only logical thing we could come up with. We arrived on the 3rd floor and immediately began checking the row gates, which were locked. And so were all the closets and the cell doors. But we know we heard it, all 3 of us, and we're certain it was a door or a gate swinging open. We went back down the quarterdeck and quietly talked the rest of the night. My second experience actually happened recently when I was assigned to G-Wing again, and genuinely shook me worse than the last experience. We were hanging out on the quarterdeck when I decided to kind of fuck with Bundy. I grabbed my flashlight, walked down the side 2 row with the Supermax cells until I came up to the 3rd cell. The lights were already on in all the cells. I looked inside the cell, just checking it out and building up my confidence before yelling, "Ted Bundy, you son of a bitch!" Right as the last word left my mouth and the cell light turned off and turned back on, I felt like I was freezing. I quickly ran back to the quarterdeck and told the others what happened, and I could tell they were each trying to figure out whether or not to believe me. Needless to say, I do not mess with Bundy anymore in that wing. Those are my 2 personal stories. But any CO that has worked that wing can tell you a thing or two. Even the inmates that are housed on that wing are terrified and always silent. I remember asking them why they're so quiet, to which one who had been in G for a while stated, "Because, sir, the police aren't the only ones that are walking down the row." And left it at that. Another inmate who used to be on death row and housed in Ted Bundy's old cell was hearing Ted in the cell along with other voices. Tried telling the wing sergeant that he had needed to be pulled out. The wing sergeant wouldn't pull him out, so this inmate cut up his arms and passed out from how much blood loss, and he almost died. just so he wouldn't be in that specific cell. Other COs and myself also talk about feeling a sense of dread when walking down the empty rows, which I have also felt and seen shadows move from their peripheral view. I'm 39 years old and I still don't know what happened that night. When I was 13 years old, I went down with my mother. Went to Tennessee to visit my family members on my stepdad's side of the family. That's where I met my cousin TJ. We became fast friends and I stayed over his house a few nights. Then it was time to go to Grandma's house for the night. TJ wanted to come and was invited. TJ and I slept in one room and my parents were in the next room. TJ and I stayed up late talking and being goofy kids. At some point I fell asleep. I was laying flat on my stomach in bed, and that's when I felt my legs being grabbed and shook. Half asleep, I said, "TJ, stop." It happened again. It wasn't TJ. The best way I could describe it was a boy with a shirt of fire. It looked like a fire, but it wasn't flickering or moving. He smiled at me, ran to the other bed next to mine where TJ was supposed to be sleeping. It ducked and dissipated into nothing. Seconds later, TJ walked into the room. He just came from the bathroom. He asked me what was up, and I said nothing. I must have looked like I just saw a ghost. Ran to the room my parents were in and raised my hand to knock on the door, but then thought for a second. What the hell was I going to tell them? So I just went back to the room and laid down. I didn't say anything to anyone. I think the only reason I got any sleep is because TJ was in bed next to me, so I didn't feel alone. But I didn't sleep easy. Years later, I did talk about it to my stepfather. He said that Grandma had a nephew that died in a fire. I'm getting goosebumps just writing this, and when I think of this too much, I still get goosebumps. Over the years, I ask myself, was it just a dream? But if so, why did it happen when TJ woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom? And what are the chances that this grandma didn't know all this? And that she had a nephew who died in a fire. I don't know what to believe, but nothing like this has ever happened again. I don't hear a lot of people that have had such a ghost experience. I can remember his face and everything. For years, I never liked sleeping on my stomach with my legs out of the blankets because of this. Either I had one hell of a dream, or this really happened. I didn't make this story up, and I know it's just a post on Reddit from some stranger, but something happened to me that night. I've told other people, and even tried, but I'm careful who I tell to. That's because I don't want people to think I'm crazy. Welcome to the other side with Paranormal M. Dive into the unknown with us as we explore the paranormal. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications for a dose of the supernatural in your inbox. 2 weeks of hell. Every summer, my grandparents would go on a cruise. They had both worked incredibly hard their entire lives, and in retirement, would treat themselves to a couple of holidays a year. They had a lovely home that I'd spend every Saturday night at as a child, and every summer, when they went on their cruise, they would ask me to stay and look after the dog. I loved it. I was in my early 20s and still lived at home with my parents. This was a chance for a bit of independence, and have the house to myself. I'd done it for a few years up until this point, and instead of throwing parties with my friends, which I'd previously done, I was looking forward to spending some time with my girlfriend and chilling out. My grandparents filled the fridge with my favorite foods, always left me a bit of spending money, and my granddad was always leave me a crate of beer in the garage. Awesome. The first night, me and my then girlfriend didn't do anything special. We loved the freedom and loved that we were going to get to spend a full 2 weeks together by ourselves. We watched a movie and decided we would go to bed. While she was in the bathroom, all the power cut in the house. Nothing out of the ordinary. Went to the kitchen, found the switch, and boom, there was light. We got in bed, put the telly on. I used to not be able to sleep without the TV on. I'll explain more later. I went to sleep. I remember waking up and there was screaming coming from the TV. I looked at the dressing table clock and saw that the time was 3:33. Incredibly cliche, I know, but true. I immediately laughed it off and dozed back to sleep. The next day, we both went to work. Both returned to my grandparents' house in the early evening. We chilled out doing what young couples do and decided it was time to go to bed. Before I went to bed, though, I'd always let Bonnie out, my grandparents' beautiful dog, to go out and do her business on the back garden. My grandparents' back door led onto a conservatory, which then led onto a patio, which then led onto the back garden. I unlocked the back door, turned down the lights to the conservatory and patio, and moved towards the conservatory door. Bonnie didn't move from the back door. After a bit of convincing with rich tea biscuits, I managed to convince her to the conservatory. There was no way I wasn't letting her out and having to scrape up dog poop in the following morning. I unlocked the conservatory door onto the patio. Before I had a chance to fully open the door, there was a large thud that came from the conservatory window on my right. I stood frozen for what felt like an hour. I calmly closed the door, stood in shock, wondering what it could be. I wasn't scared at this point, just incredibly startled. I looked down at Bonnie, who was staring up at me. Decided it would be fine if she did her business in the house that night. Nasty. I went to bed with my heart still pounding, but didn't mention it to my girlfriend. I awoke again the next night with someone on the television screaming, 3:33. At 3:33, not screaming 3:33. The next day was my day off from work. My girlfriend was working, though. I had the house to myself. I had nothing special planned, and I was just going to chill out and play some PlayStation. I'd pretty much shrugged off the thud ordeal in the conservatory from the night before. Bonnie hadn't left any presents for me, and she did run the fastest I've ever seen her run out into the back garden when I opened the doors that morning. I couldn't stop thinking about being woken up at 3:33 for 2 consecutive nights. I wondered what the consequences of it happening 3 times might be. Laughed it off again and tried to enjoy the rest of my day off. Mid-afternoon, I received a phone call from my girlfriend telling me that her car had broken down while at work. This was a huge bummer, because we lived over 70 miles apart, and I knew that I wasn't going to be able to see her for a while until it was fixed. She apologized that she wouldn't be able to stay with me while I was dog sitting, but I told her not to be daft, and that we'll see each other again as soon as possible. That afternoon, I went for a shower. I was just lathering myself up when I heard the phone ring. I let it ring, knowing that if it's important, it'll go to the answering machine and I can ring them back. The ringing stopped and immediately began once again. I thought that it must be important, so I ran out of the shower, suds and all, to grab the phone. When I answered, no one was there, just silence. No dial tone. Someone was on the line, but not talking. I must have said hello a dozen times before the line cut dead. The second it did, the doorbell rang. Now I was in a precarious position. I'd ran out the shower full-blown naked to answer the phone and not taken a towel with me. The phone I'd answered was in the kitchen, by the front door, and it was at the end of the hallway on my right. I sheepishly stuck my head around the corner toward the front door to see who it was. There was no one there, Only a couple seconds had passed by, but whoever had rang the doorbell had already gone. I wasn't scared. I wasn't concerned, as it was broad daylight. I got back in the shower, and within a minute, the phone and the doorbell were ringing at the same time. I immediately got out of the shower, wrapped myself in a towel this time, headed for the door. No one was there yet again. The phone had stopped ringing the second I left the shower. I carried on with the rest of my day, and that night I didn't wake up at all, much to my relief. The next day I was in the living room watching television. I was sat in my granddad's electric reclining chair. It was a comfy beast. It was placed in the far left corner of the living room with the TV in the far right. On the left of the chair was the window looking out toward the street. The window was huge. It was actually 3 separate windows with a beautiful pattern running through all 3. While I was watching television, the doorbell rang. This was quite strange, as my grandparents lived in the corner of a cul-de-sac, and if anybody had driven or walked to the door, I would have seen them. I didn't think much of it, as I must have been engrossed in whatever rubbish I'd been watching. Bonnie was up on all 4s in the hallway, staring at the door. I thought that maybe it was my auntie making sure I'd not burned the house down. When I got to the door, no one was there. Again. Now I was becoming a little bit more distressed, and being myself was making it worse. I thought that maybe it was burglars scoping the place out, seeing if anyone was home. That night, just before bed, I went to let Bonnie out, opened the back door, turned on the lights to the conservatory and patio, and opened the conservatory door. To my horror, on the patio was a mangled bird. It had no head, and the left side of its body had been torn off by something. What shocked me the most was that it was still walking about. I didn't know what to do, so I rang my girlfriend. I was explaining to her what I'd seen. When I looked back onto the patio, the bird had gone. I went outside to check to see if I could find it, but it had buggered off like it was never there. I decided that Bonnie could do her business in the house again if she must. Nasty. At this point, it was all becoming a little bit too much for me. I spoke to my auntie and asked if my cousin and his girlfriend wanted dog sit instead. I explained that my girlfriend couldn't stay anymore anyway, and that they'd probably appreciate the time alone. They obviously jumped at the chance. Cowardice, I know. That night I went home and thought that it would have now all been over. I was wrong, dead wrong. A few days after I'd got back into my comfort zone and was just sat watching TV in my bedroom, when out of nowhere there were 2 loud strums on my acoustic guitar. I sat there in disbelief for a moment, but then decided I'd had enough. I asked whoever did it to do it again. The hairs on my arms rose with anticipation and fear. I asked multiple times. Luckily, nothing. I decided it's probably best I went downstairs where my sister and Mom were. As I went downstairs, I heard the guitar fall over. Couldn't bring myself to tell them what had happened for fear of them thinking I'm nuts. Another few days had gone by, and at this point I was exhausted. Even though nothing serious had happened and I'd not seen anything, I felt like I was going crazy. I decided it's probably best that I have an early night. I put the television on for background noise and faced the wall. Within seconds, I heard my television shut off, followed by heavy breathing. I laid with my eyes shut, terrified, as I heard the breathing get closer. It was deliberate and calculated. Each step it got closer, the louder the breathing got. I was frozen in fright. As it approached the bed, I could feel its breath on the back of my head. Every hair on my body stood up as I could feel whatever it was lurking over my body. I few agonizing silent seconds passed, followed by a gigantic roar in my ear. I jumped to my feet, laid down position. I don't think I'll ever be able to do it again. I stood there breathless, pouring in sweat. I was absolutely terrified. I looked at my clock, and I saw that it was 2:15 in the morning. I'd gone to sleep around 9-ish. What felt like seconds had actually been hours. Scared to go back to sleep, I tiptoed downstairs not to wake anyone. But to my surprise, all the lights were on. I walked into the living room and my mom was awake having a cigarette. I asked what she was doing up so late. She explained to me that she had just had a horrible dream in which me, my sister, her, and my stepdad all awoke in the middle of the night because things were floating around the house. We'd somehow all gained telekinetic powers and can control everything within the house. I laughed along as she explained the ludicrous dream until she had got to the end. At the end of the dream, we were all downstairs dumbfounded as to what was going off around us. Then we all heard a terrifying roar come from the upstairs. We crept as a family up the stairs, following the sounds from above. As we got to the top, it was apparent that the sounds were coming from my room. We went in together and all gasped as we saw a demonic hand open the hatch to the attic. That's when she woke up, and the dream ended. I didn't share my dream. Later that morning, I became so tired that I could resist sleep no longer. Got back into bed, looking at the hatch that led to the attic. I dreamt that something was trying to pull me out of bed by my feet, and when I woke the next morning, my right foot was covered in scratches. The events had really begun to take a toll on my mental well-being. I daren't sleep, and I didn't want to be left alone. I dreaded coming home from work. But over another few more days without incident, I was starting to feel a bit better and less like a nutter. I was at home with my mom playing PlayStation in my room when my mom asked if I wanted anything from the shop. I told her I was fine. I didn't think anything of it when she left. The second she left, there was a loud bang that came from her room. At this point, I'd had enough. Just like when my guitar had played, I encouraged it to do it again. This time, it immediately responded with 2 large bangs. I rose up from my chair, walked into the landing where all the bedrooms met. I stood there staring intently into my mother's bedroom. It was pitch black. I asked it to do it again. This time, nothing. I walked into her room and turned on her light to see books laid out across the floor. Obviously the cause of the noises I'd heard. I stood in the middle of the room and dared them to do it again. A madman talking to himself in his parents' bedroom. Nothing. I'd had my fill of whatever had been happening to me. Decided that enough was enough. I told them exactly what I thought of them, using every expletive that I could think of. Some manic, crazed lunatic screaming at the abyss, telling them all to fuck right off. A few minutes later, my mother came back from the shop. I went downstairs and explained everything that I'd gone through over the last couple of weeks. She patiently listened to me, and it felt great to get this nightmarish burden off of my chest. When I finished, she told me that her, my stepdad, and sister had always feared my bedroom. It's always made them feel uneasy to enter when I'm not there. She also told me a story. It was while I was at my grandparents'. Her and my stepdad had had an argument, so my dad had decided to sleep in my bed, but he hurriedly ran back to their room as something had pushed him while he was trying to sleep. She also told me that the reason I slept with the TV on is when I was a child. My actual dad passed away. My granddad told me that my dad would come to visit me while I was sleeping. Instead of this being comforting, though, it terrified me, so I could never sleep in the dark again. Since that day, I've never had any more experiences. I still regularly visit my grandparents at their home, and they're still going strong in their 80s. I check back and just as much with the, parentos. Nice. My room is exactly the same as when I left, and no one dare enter when I'm not there. I was surprised that when I moved out years ago that my sister never took it, because her bedroom was tiny, but the unnerving presence feels towards it was too much for her. Weird Occurrences in My Home, Part 1. I've had a lot of people asking me about my family's funeral home that I live in, and if anything scary has happened. I actually have a lot of stories. This house is definitely haunted, but I think it has more to do with the house's history. It was a very large boarding house before my dad had bought it. There are a lot of doors because of that, and my bedroom door even still has a number on it from when it was. I have so many stories I don't even know where to start. All of them revolved around my older daughter, who seemed to be the focus of a lot of activity. I'll start with one that's more recent. One day we heard a crash above us from the attic that sounded like a piano being dropped. My husband was bathing our child, so I got my dad, who's working, and we went upstairs. When we got up there, we didn't see anything that fell. We did, however, find a wooden plank that was nailed in the middle, the size of a street sign. On the plank, there were initials written in fresh chalk. Never had seen it before, and neither had my dad. That was one of the very first incidents. So last year I was pregnant, having a new baby in December, and I'd been scouring the attic for my newborn clothes for the first. I was up there 2 days prior, searching all over, including this spot. I went out that afternoon and sent my husband up there to find stuff. And when I got home, went up to talk to him, and he showed me this handmade wooden cross thing. It was hanging from the board with the initials on it from a dog leash. I was so freaked out because I know for a fact that it was not there the other day. I would have hit my head on it. I texted my brother who works at the funeral home if he had been up there, and only entrance to the attic is in my apartment. He insisted that he had not been up there, but that he did make the cross out of Lincoln logs when he was a kid. So I know who made it, but had no idea why it was all of a sudden hanging there in plain sight. My husband really thought someone was messing with us, or I just didn't see it the other day. But there's no way in hell I didn't see it hanging at eye level. He took it down, swung it back over, and was kind of dangling down. My brother's freaked out now too because he made the cross, but he didn't attach the dog leash. We don't even have a dog. The leash was most likely for my brother's girlfriend's dog when I lived there, but I'd never even seen it. It was so creepy, and I never figured out what it was. Weird Happenings in My Home, Part 2. So a lot of my paranormal experiences have involved my daughter, who's now 7. It slowed down a lot for a few years, but actually started up again a lot more when I was pregnant with my second last year. But there were several really creepy things my daughter has said. These are all from when she was between 2 and 3, because she was talking, but still very young. One night, I was sitting on her bed, tucking her in. We had the lights out, but a pretty bright nightlight. I was singing to her like I do every single night. That's nice. All of a sudden, she pulls the blanket up to her face and had a weird look. She then says to me, "Mommy, the man said to stop singing." I was thinking, what? She was now hiding underneath the covers and was actually really scared, so I said, "Who said that, baby?" She pointed over and said, "The man over there doesn't like it." I'm not gonna lie, I'm totally embarrassed that I'm a shit mom, apparently, but I tucked her in, left real quick. Felt bad, but I wasn't gonna scare her more. She was okay when I left. She had said so many weird things. Once she said to me, "My friend Ida comes visit me at night. She has long black hair and a black dress and black shoes." I asked her, "Oh, really? Does she live here or just come to visit?" And she said that she just comes in to visit her. She was not even 3. I'd never spoken of anyone named Ida ever. Another time she told me there was an owl in her closet at night that made noise, and also told me that her little birdhouse that she had hanging in her room had someone in it that talked to her. There was a time at my parents' house we were sitting at the dining room table, and it's like in a sort of alcove type area with windows all around facing just all woods. All of a sudden she stops in her high chair and gets super serious and says, "Shh, everyone be quiet, there's a ghost in the trees," and pointed outside. It was terrifying. She was always talking to someone in a room and always saying weird things that she shouldn't know. The craziest one will be in part 3 with a picture attached. Weird Happenings in My Home, Part 3. Now I want to be clear, even though my house is definitely haunted, I don't feel threatened. It's just there. My husband and I to this day feel ice-cold movement that comes and goes. We hear banging at night and we hear voices. We've had things go missing. I'll be in bed and think that somebody came in when they didn't, or something will hit the bed when I'm alone. We also have a ghost cat who jumps on our bed and has even touched us. But this particular event happened 6 years ago. My daughter was supposed to be napping. She was in her crib and I was laying down in my bedroom with the video baby monitor. I kept checking it because she was unusually riled up and talking and laughing and just wouldn't go to sleep. But she wasn't crying at least, so I let her be. A few minutes later I picked up the monitor to check, and when I picked it up I thought she was sitting on the right side of the crib. Then a second later I realized that she's standing to the left. So what the fuck is that sitting on the right? It was clearly a baby. I watched it on the monitor and it moved its head a few times, which scared the shit out of me. I took a picture of the screen for proof. Thank God. And you can see what I caught. I went in a few minutes later after calming down and she was laying down. There were no stuffed animals of any kind in there. I checked. There was not a cross connection with another monitor because it's one that had absolutely no internet hookups. Just a camera and a hand screen. It was so insane. I actually had a ghost hunting group ask to come to my house, but I declined. Really didn't want to know, or make it worse. It wasn't hurting anyone at least, interestingly enough, too. My dad said that the people who lived here before it became a boarding house. It was like a family that had several kids, and apparently they had maids who lived in the attic. Just so many crazy things that have happened, but this one was so scary. When the adults are gone, the spooks come out. This is an ongoing thing right now in the house I live in. My family moved into the house in early April. My mother and her friend were just at the house before my brother and I moved in. When my mother's friend was going outside to smoke, he saw a shadow near this metal sheet that we have there. She told my mother, but she thought he was just messing with her. Skip a couple of weeks, I was home alone and I kept hearing noises, which was common because, well, it's a tree branch on the roof above my room. But then I start hearing talking. I then pull out my phone to record and I catch someone saying hello. It was normal for neighbors to come over and talk, but this was 2 a.m. I still check the porch for people, but there's nothing. I hear things coming from my brother's room. We have a connected bathroom, so I step out of my room and see that his door is closed. I go in the restroom, swing open the door, and I do see his door is open, so I sweep the house for people. I end up not finding anyone. When my mom comes home a week later, I go to show her the video, but I must have deleted it because it wasn't there. She said that she didn't believe me, but still had her friend who was a priest come by and bless the house. Another week goes by. My brother is back. I see him looking down the hall and I tell him, "Yeah, I keep thinking I see someone there too." He agrees with me and he thinks he sees someone. Then another week, my sister comes over. It's about 9 p.m., so I'm just about to go to sleep. I hear a knocking, but I just close my eyes and I try to sleep. But my brother comes in the room and says sister's in the bathroom, freaking out. I go and ask her if she heard the knock too. She replies with, "That wasn't y'all messing with me. It was knocking on the bathroom door." She got scared and began crying. She calls out to Mom and told her what happened. She says that she'd been drinking, so can't drive home. I grabbed my dad's knife, searched the house, then the yard. Nobody was there, and all the doors had been locked. Historic homes always equal ghosts. So back when I was in college, I dated a guy whose childhood home was very close to the university we both attended. Now, this house is part of a historical home district in the South where if a home is of a certain age, you're not allowed to change it or destroy it. Any updates must be approved by the city and retain the historical integrity of the home. All of this to say that this house was essentially almost the exact same since it was built in the 1800s. Now, we would often hang out at this house to visit family and would sometimes stay over to keep his dad company. Knowing I love ghosts and a good history lesson, he'd informed me that growing up, the family had seen ghostly apparitions and experienced a few things themselves. So before I start my story, I will explain a few of the others from their perspective. The way the home was built, there was like the kitchen and living space downstairs and the master bedroom. There was a second story that involved a tiny wooden staircase that led into a long hallway with the bedroom to the left and at the top of the stairs, and a bedroom almost directly in front of the stairway exit, and then a bedroom to the right at the far end of the hallway. The bedroom on the far right was mostly used for storage, and that's it. He informed me that he and his sister would sometimes see an apparition in this room of a woman in the 1800s fashion clothing, hair in a bun, full-bottom petticoat, etc. She would always be looking out longingly through the window in the bedroom. If approached, she would always disappear. The second story was one that my ex and his mother had experienced. His mother unfortunately passed away from an illness, and at this time she was progressively getting sicker. I say this because, as some people say, the closer you are to birth or death, the easier for you to see or relate to spirits. Anyways, the ex was stopping by his home to pick up some items and just run in and out. He had parked his car in the driveway that was visible from the windows when in the sitting room. He ran in, grabbed his stuff, saw his mother in the sitting room, and said hello. He made it to his car with his items and got back in when his mother called him on his phone, asking him, "Why didn't you tell me that you had a guest with you? You should know better than to not introduce a guest when you bring them over. It's the South, traditions and such." He was confused and had no idea what she was talking about. He asked her back, "What do you mean? It's just me here." To which she replied, "No, there's a girl sitting in your passenger seat. I can see her right now." To which he then noped the hell out of his vehicle and went back inside. There was also always random bangs and noises that one always just chalks up to living in an old house. However, whenever we would stay over, I would always have the same dream of what looked like someone in like a shape of a man, looked like a black shadow always standing at the edge of our bed. Now, this is the real incident I experienced on my own. One day when I was attending class, I'd realized I'd forgotten to print out something for a presentation, as I'd mentioned his house was close by the school. I checked with him to see if it was okay if I ran back to his dad's home and printed off my assignment there. He said that there was no issue and that his dad was actually in business meeting, so he wouldn't even be home, so I wasn't bothering anyone. I rushed over to the house, up the stairs to the bedroom, which had the printer in it. It happened to close the bedroom door for some reason and got to the laptop and began trying to find the assignment and print it out. While I was sitting and waiting on my printout, I began to hear someone walking downstairs. I was confused as no one should be home, so I'd called my at the time boyfriend and asked if he was home. He told me no, that he was on the way to class. I asked if his dad maybe came home, to which he replied his dad was just going into a meeting. He had just talked to him. As we were on the phone, I heard the noise from downstairs begin to head in my direction. I heard footsteps clearly stomping up the stairs, and now I got scared, but possibly thinking somebody had broken into the home. I just happened to be there. I told my boyfriend to stay on the phone with me. I heard the footsteps get to the top of the hallway and all of a sudden stop outside the door of the room I was in. I freaked out, ready to run or attack, one of the two. I opened the door and no one was standing there. Absolutely no one was in the house. I then grabbed my assignment and have probably never ran so fast in my life. House hunting ghost. During our first home search, we looked at a lot of homes. We thought we wanted a particular style of home. We focused on those type of homes anyway. Our realtor found one in the northern suburb in our town. The day arrived for the showing. The realtor opened the door and the house was empty. A few pieces of furniture remained. We did the standard tour, following her from room to room. The master bedroom was on the first floor, and it had Berber carpet, and it was kind of snagged and messed up. My husband and the realtor went back down the hall to the great room. As I continued to look at the carpet, I was bent down looking at the carpet, and I saw the realtor go past the doorway and through the door to the basement. I stood up to follow her down the stairs, and the lady had short black hair, a tan coat, and gold earrings. Just as I was starting to go down to the basement, I realized that my husband and the realtor were upstairs. During this moment, I took my eyes off the lady and stopped. I did not proceed down the stairs. When I looked down the stairs, the lady had turned the corner. The realtor and my husband came down the stairs, saying the basement was next. The realtor went down the stairs. I followed, looking at the realtor. Her hair was different, and her coat was not the same, and no earrings. The basement was empty. All the lights were on. No one was down there. I was spooked. That had to be a prior owner. I faked a headache and called off the next showing. When we left the house, I saw the lady looking out the window at us. I told my husband what happened. They said the realtor told him the owner had passed away. I knew the lady had died in that home. My tribes, I'm dying in Mississippi Choctaw. I believe you cannot live in a home where somebody died. The ghost was not malevolent, but I feel she was letting me know that she was present. Shapeshifters are relative. My sister married a guy who was in law enforcement. During the beginning years of his career, they were posted to various small towns. One town was small, and so to attract candidates, they offered housing in a complex. This apartment complex was on the edge of this town. The complex was surrounded by farmlands and some woods. This complex had apartments for the elderly and some subsidized apartments. They were very brightly lit and relatively safe for these residents. Each apartment had a panic button. This town was so small they had no EMS. The cops came first, and the nearest town would send a squad, like 15 minutes away. My sister just had her first child. This particular night she was having a tough time getting the baby situated. The lights in the bedroom was off, and only a hallway light was on. She was walking with the baby, and finally, the baby drifted off to sleep. She was bending over to put the baby in the bassinet. Her eyes saw two red eyes staring at her. The window was closed, the curtains pulled back, and only the shears down. My sister walked over and moved the curtains to see a face. The face was a man's face with lots of hair. Two large, unblinking red eyes just looked straight ahead. My sister stumbled backwards and hit the panic button. She got the baby and went to the front room. Her husband was on night shift duty. He rushed back as he pulled up to the apartment, and he saw it. First it looked like a man, but full of hair. He turned around and dropped to all fours. Took off to the farmlands. My brother-in-law chased it on foot. As he's on its tail, several people rushed up saying in Spanish, "Wolfman." They had been working on farm equipment in the garage and an outbuilding and bordered the apartments. The Wolfman had stopped right in front of them. They saw a man's face with two big red eyes, but a body hairy like a wolf. He saw just miles of dark farmland, and he gave up chase. My brother-in-law returned to their apartment. He encountered a resident who complained about a large dog hanging around their apartment. My brother-in-law used a flashlight to check the ground near the windows. A mixture of animal and human footprints were near the window that my sister first saw. My sister called my mother, who came out with cedar. She burned and blew it away, smoke and prayer. My mom had a ceremony done. A relative of ours started practicing witchcraft. This relative was stalking everyone. Those years were pretty unnerving. I was in Ohio at the time, and each noise I heard at night, I would think it was him stalking me. Long story about one ceremony done. This story happened to a member of our family, but on my father's side, his sister Vicky. That and her daughter Amy and husband Dan. They all live about an hour outside the county seat town where they reside. Amy and Dan lived on a farm in a less populated area, and Dan worked a regular day job. Amy worked nights as a nurse. They had 2 little children. After the move, Dan was killed in a traffic accident. Amy had the vehicle towed to the farm. It was placed in front of the house, but a ways from the front of the house. Trouble started during the wake and funeral for Dan. Both Aunt Vicky and Amy started seeing Dan sitting in the driver's seat at all times. Amy once walked up to the truck. When she got to the truck, it was empty. But yet, as my cousin walked to the truck, Aunt Vicky could still see Dan sitting in the truck. Amy found several white feathers during that week. When she walked to the truck to check to see if who or what was sitting in the truck, this feather was placed on the truck hood. The second feather was found as Amy walked into the funeral home to arrange services. The third and final feather was found at the dining room table the day of the funeral. Amy's house had weird happenings on the day of the funeral itself. The lower level door was closed but not locked, and it was locked when Aunt Vicky and Amy left the house. The front door was open and unlocked. The gun safe had marks, something trying to pry it open. Nothing was taken from it, the safe or the home. Condolence cards were scattered all over the floor off the dining room table, but the white feather was the only item on the table. They both stated that the condolence cards were stacked neatly on the table in piles, opened and unopened. Aunt Vicky called my mom to help. They were terrified to stay at that house. Amy couldn't understand why Dan would be terrorizing the family. My mom performed a ceremony to determine what was going on with the house or Dan. She sung her peyote songs, burned sage, and conversed with Dan. 1. First, my mother stated that someone was watching the house. Across from the house was a tree line of undeveloped property. A specific tree had a Y shape. This person had been smoking, eating, sitting undisguised. Food wrappers, piles of butts. After the ceremony, the hiding spot was revealed to be my aunt, mom, or cousin. The happenings of the funeral day was actual break-in. My mom told them the person was scared off and left in a hurry. He would not be back ever due to this ceremony. 3. The feathers were from Dan to Amy. He was expressing his love, caring, and saying goodbye. My mom told me what she did not tell my relatives. She saw why the burglar didn't finish the crime. The burglar went through the bottom level door. The man closed the door and went directly to the gun safe. This person had been able to get the keys to the door and used a bag of tools for the safe. As the burglar was working to get the safe open, Dan materialized. Dan scared the hell out of the burglar. The burglar was pushed physically out of the house, hence why the card was blown off the table. In the burglar's haste, he left the front door open, and to say a final goodbye to Amy, he left the third feather for her. The reason my mom said none of this to me or my aunt and cousin, or rather to me instead of my aunt and cousin. The burglar was their estranged son/brother. He was looking for some antique guns that he thought Amy and Dan possessed. The guns had been sold to my dead uncle prior to his passing. My mom turned the whole thing over to nature. Let nature exact justice. This male relative eventually lost everything in life, including his sanity. My mother's visitor. I have several experiences due to my mother's side of the family. My family is a mixture of Mississippi Choctaw and Dine or Dine. I don't know how to pronounce that. My apologies. During my childhood, I experienced the spiritual side of the Dine religion, medicine men, ceremonies, and living on the res. The females in our family have power. My mother is able to see and communicate with ghosts. She's able to perform ceremonies that she learned from her parents. They were both medicine people. My parents met in a city far from their homes. They went BIA schools and earned degrees and certification for their respective careers. After graduation, they moved to a big city in Texas and got a house, and started a family, otherwise known as me. Alrighty, here is my first story about my mom. Both of my parents worked. My dad worked for a big corporation on the outskirts of the city. My mother worked downtown for a private insurance company. She rode the bus line to get around. Went to a religious private school that provided after-school care. My mother one day at work got violently ill. Her boss was very worried about her, so he took her home. Our home was in a suburb which at the time was quiet. Didn't have a lot of natives in our neighborhood. My mom got home and called my dad and asked him to pick me up. Mom told my dad not to worry and came home his regular time. My mom had just decided to lay down in the living room, so she locked the house up. Since she didn't feel well, she didn't turn on the TV or the radio. She remembers drifting off and had blankets on her, her trusty Pendleton, a childhood blanket. Mom woke up with the start of an old lady dressed in formal clothing, a velveteen blouse and a print skirt that was emerald green. She wore her best jewelry squash blossom, 2 heavy bracelets and a long beaded earring, like silver and turquoise. The woman was dressed to the nines in her culture. She had her hair up and covered with a green kerchief. The woman had no face, and she hovered over my mom. She had pulled up a dining room chair and sat down. The lady took her hand and reached for my mother's hand. She started to sing and chant the blessing way. My mother said she knew this voice, but it wasn't any of her large family. The old Dene lady's grip on my mother's hand was ice cold. My mother spoke Dene to her, asking her to let go. The lady said, "Not yet, not yet." Mama finally jerked her hand away. She got up and saw the chair empty by her. The front door was open, but the storm door locked. The remnants of corn pollen and cedar covered my mom's hair and around the couch. This woman knew my mom and was doing a healing, but no one except my father or boss knew she was sick. My grandmother went and placed stones, and it finally was revealed my mom's grandmother had done this. Along Mom's story number 2. We moved into the home, redecorating, normal things. My husband worked swing shifts, and I worked day shift, weekends off. I was home alone at nighttime often. I started to notice weird knocking and sounds outside hitting the house. Seemed like a regular occurrence. Then one day the kitten stood straight on her back feet and growled, staring into the dining room. I got up, and as I walked into the room, those knocks and dings started up again. This room was the only room that the noises were present in. I decided to knock back if I heard it knock. A faint knock, a knock like it was coming from the basement. I knocked back hard. I was waiting and listening. I received a hard return knock in the dining room. I headed downstairs to the basement. Only items in the area was our washer and dryer and dirty clothes. Nothing scary or weird, but the knocks and pings coming from the dining room above. Now I was annoyed at this knocking. I went back to the dining room and knocked in a pattern. Once, then 3 times. Waited for an answer. This ghost knocked twice back, hard. My kitten Violet is now on the kitchen counter again, standing up on her back legs growling. Violet can see it clearly. I decided to leave the house to drive to my husband's job site and tell him what was going on. He promised to look around when he got home. The knocks happened while he was looking around. The knocks continued off and on, still didn't say anything to my mom. Then one evening we were home together watching a movie. We both dozed off. To me, it felt like my husband got off the couch. I opened my eyes and a man dressed in a gray sweatsuit stood before me. His head and hands were grayed out like old TV snow. I quickly closed my eyes and opened. He was still standing in front of me. The face had not filled in. I yelled my husband's name and the figure vanished. My husband again checked the house. No sign of a man, knocks or pings. Made the call to my mom. They were planning to come out and explain to her what was going on at the house. Mom advised me to burn cedar and blow at the apparition. During that time waiting for them to arrive, I didn't stay at the house alone. Violet kept growling even though the other 2 cats were starting to growl and looking at the dining room. My parents arrived and my mom asked to sleep in the bedroom over the dining room. After the 3rd night visiting, Mom said it was time. Mom announced after she performs the ceremony. Mom told us for 3 days after we will not speak about it. She started singing Dine peyote songs and walking the property in all the rooms of our house. During the prayer portion, a large clanging noise emerged from the dining room. The ceremony was plain, simple, and lasted roughly about an hour. 3 days later, we asked my mother what was going on. Mom stated there were 2 separate ghosts. The first was a boy who frequented the left side of the property. Mom encountered him looking at the second-story bedroom. This was the bedroom over the dining room. The boy was pelting rocks at the window and walls. Mom asked the boy why. This young boy said that he wanted to talk to my friend. My mom said, "Your friend's gone." The previous owner of the house had 1 son. The young boy said he wanted to talk to him before he did, and by it, he meant that he was going to kill himself. Mom told the boy it was all over. That day can't be relived. The young boy didn't know that he was dead. Mom helped him to leave and go on to the light. This poor boy had been trapped repeating the sad day over and over. The knocks and dings and pings as him trying to get our attention, to find his friend, as he tried that fateful sad day. The second ghost. The apparition was a person who lived here. He meant no harm but loved the home dearly. Mom asked him not to appear like that. "You're scaring the hell out of my daughter." Mom advised me to just sort of talk out the terms of staying here with us. We spoke to him and stated happy to have you here, and we'll treat this house right. But to this day, it's worked out between us. After my parents left, I asked across the street neighbors about our west side next door neighbor. All this time, we kept our distance from her. The window was always drunk, loud, generally scary. We didn't know anything about the suicide and what had transpired. 1 year before we moved in, their son, west side neighbor, committed suicide in their basement. The mother had found him. We now understood her behavior. After that, we've always been kind to her. You truly don't know why people drink or abuse drugs. Now we do. I asked about her previous owner's son, if he was close to the deceased boy. Aaron, our owner's son, had been a very close friend to the deceased boy. They had grown up together. And one added tidbit. A year from when my mom performed the ceremony, Aaron, the neighbor's son, was visiting other friends on the street. He came to our door and asked to look at the house, his old home. Aaron took us to each room and told us what upstairs his dad would appreciate. I asked Aaron which bedroom was his, and it was the one my mom spent the night in. Aaron looked out the window and talked about his childhood friend who used to pelt his window. Then, Aaron stated his father always regretted leaving the home. We didn't know the father had passed away shortly after selling the house. This was my first solo dealing with ghosts in a home, but we all, my husband, my father, and I, experienced the paranormal and the power. Girlfriend's father's experience in the 1990s. My girlfriend's dad went to school in Kansas, actually right around the corner of the Sally house. In the mid-1990s, he and his baseball buddies all got a new professor who they all loved. The University of Benedictthecat, Catholic University. And at the time, they would provide a Victorian-era home for all the professors and their families to stay in for free of charge. However, the catch was that they would have to maintain the home and work on restoring it. Well, their new professor was living in the home, and the professor would frequently have him and his friends over to eat pizza, drink some beer, and watch some TV. Then, after about a month, they noticed the professor and his family began sleeping in his office. This, understandably, was very bizarre to them, so they asked them why they were doing this. The professor wouldn't provide an answer, so they just assumed something must be wrong with the house, tried to make sense of the situation the best they could. Then nearly a week later, the campus priest stopped him and his friends and said that he knew that they were friends of the professor, that they need to work on his lawn to help him out. He let the lawn go to shit when he left for his office. As they were working on his lawn, the professor and his wife showed up along with their daughter to get some more stuff, told them to leave. So they left and decided to kind of pool some money together for a hotel room in another town so they could work on his yard and fix up the house a little. But so the school would chill on him, and so the professor and his family could relax too. The professor didn't want to accept, but he did on one condition, that they wouldn't go upstairs at all. So him and his family left town for a bit. When the professor left, they fixed up the yard and painted some stuff in the house, and of course went upstairs as all the college kids would. They then decided to have some people over and drink at the professor's house because they said fuck it. Toward the end of the night, after the girls left, they heard a loud bang come from upstairs. They found a paint can they left up there was knocked down, but luckily the lid was on, so there wasn't a mess. But as they were taking the paint cans downstairs, they heard a noise from the little girl's room. Every toy was in a perfect circle, looking at one another. One of the guys picked up a beer and threw it across the room, and they all went back downstairs. They heard another bang and all went up to find the beer back in its place. They pieced together that the bangs were the doors slamming shut. They then were getting freaked out, but they thought, oh, the ghosts and all that was bullshit. So this time they threw the toys around everywhere, till they all felt a burning sensation all over their bodies and their eyes. They all ran out of the house and their backs all had scratches. Their eyes were all turning bloodshot. They called the professor and told her what happened. He rejoiced that him and his family weren't crazy. It had happened to them too. That's why they fled the house. After that, the professor quit, and the university shortly thereafter tore the house down. My creepiest Ouija board experience. My freshman year of high school, my friends and I were really into playing with Ouija boards. I was always skeptical of whether or not they actually worked until this experience. My friends and I had gotten word that a few people at our school had started a paranormal club. I know it sounds stupid, but this was actually a thing in my high school. We were all pretty excited to hear about this since we were all into this type of stuff. A group of about 9 of us decided to go into the first meeting held after school one day. When we showed up to the room where the meeting was held, we were surprised to find that it was just us and a few others, as well as the 2 girls that had started the club, and the teacher chaperoning the meeting. One of the girls who started the club announced that for our first meeting, we were going to be watching an episode of Ghost Adventures, since it had some good paranormal encounters. My friends and I were pretty bummed that we were just watching a TV show. We expected to be doing something totally different. About 10 minutes into the episode, me and 4 of my other friends got bored. And since we were only 14 or 15 at the time, we couldn't leave until our parents picked us up. We decided to go hang out in one of our favorite teacher's rooms. His room was across the hall from the classroom Paranormal Club. We told the teacher that we were at the Paranormal Club across the hall, and we joined because we were into playing with Ouija boards. So my friend had the bright idea that we should play one in his room since, she knew how to make them. Our teacher was reluctant at first, but eventually just let us do it. My friend grabbed a piece of paper and a pen and scribbled down yes and no in the letters and numbers. We got a makeshift planchette. I think we used like a quarter or something. We sat down at a table and started the game. We asked it, "Are you there?" And it slowly slid to yes. Then we asked, "What is your name?" It first slid to D, then O, then N, and we quickly slid to goodbye. Since this wasn't our first time coming in contact with a spirit named Don. So a little backstory. This Don spirit had come through on multiple occasions when my friend Megan would play the Ouija board. He would say he was one of her family members who had passed, but upon asking her parents if they had a deceased relative named Don, they assured her they didn't. So whenever Don came on the Ouija board, we knew just to slide to goodbye and not talk to him, since we thought he was bad news. Right as we told Don goodbye, the Paranormal Club leaders had burst into the classroom saying they'd been looking for us, asking why we were ditching their meeting. One of them walked closer to where we were sitting, saw the Ouija board. She started scolding us, telling us not to mess with Ouija boards because they're bad spirits. We assured her that we knew what we were doing, since we had done this so many times before. The girl sighed and let us get on with our game. She turned around to leave the room, but before she walked out, she told us about a girl who went to our high school back in the 90s or something. Said that she died nearby. She asked us when we were going to play the Ouija board if we could find out this girl's name. We agreed, and both girls left the room. I'd like to emphasize the fact that none of us knew this girl's name, let alone that there was a girl who died near the school. We thought it'd be pretty cool if we could find out her name, though, through the board, but didn't expect much. We then asked the Ouija board again, "Is anyone there?" It stalled for a minute, then slowly creeped to yes. I asked something along the lines of, "There was a student who died here. What was her name?" There was a long pause, and then the game piece started to move. It first led to S, then A, then R, and then A, and then H. Sarah. We all froze for a moment. My friend Megan broke out the silence, and everything was just... Eventually, by asking the board what your name was, it spelled out Don. We all slid the planchette to goodbye as fast as we could. We then started joking about Megan's so-called relative Don and how he was always trying to mess with us. A few minutes passed, and the leader from the paranormal club came into our classroom again from across the hall. She said, "Hey guys, we did some research on the internet and we figured out the girl's name. It was Sarah." All of our jaws dropped. I immediately started getting goosebumps. And I'd like to remind you that none of us had any prior knowledge of this girl who passed away since it happened almost 20 years prior. We told her that Sarah was the name that we got when we asked the Ouija board. She got excited and told me that me and my friends should follow her across the hall. We looked at the computer that she had been doing her research on, and sure enough, Sarah's obituary was pulled up on the screen. She was struck by a car while attempting to cross the main road. The girl also said, and this chilled me to my core, that she found another obituary for a janitor who worked at my high school in the 90s and committed suicide. His name, Don. Too regular not to worry about. I was haunted in the past by a little girl. She beat me in my sleep. She's gone now, and for years, that was it, no harm done. If you say so. Recently, it could be the past couple years. Every so often I'd be torn out of a deep sleep, straight out of it. My attention would always be like at this one part of the room. More often than not, there'd be a figure there. My most recent post was about the last one I saw. The figures used to have no physical distinguishable traits. They were a black shrouded mass. When I'd wake up and see them, they'd quickly disappear, and that was that. But they've been getting gradually clearer, becoming more defined, and they're not the same spirit each time. They've been getting closer too, and taking longer to disappear. This one, only a few minutes before writing this, is at 2:57 a.m. It tore me out of a deep sleep and was a stride length away from the end of my bed. I woke up, saw it in its black robes and its arms hidden like a monk when you put their hands into each robe. But its face was white and twisted into a smile. It was 8 feet tall and it was staring directly at me. I moved toward my lamp and its face followed me, clearly watching me. Only when I reached for the lamp and it realized what I was doing, it took a quick step back, then it disappeared when the light came on. I've never been worried about these before, but the past two have been the clearest. This is the first one to actually move away from me when I reach for the light. Something is clearly waking me up before they get to me, but the fact that they're getting clearer, closer, and able to move is really fucking with me. Ghost Girl. So a good few years ago, I'd say maybe 7 years ago, when I was 18, my dad got me a World War II air raid siren for Christmas. It was seriously cool, and I took it outside immediately to give it a go. It made the typical eerie air raid siren sound. I loved it. Now, nothing happened for a long time, but then I started feeling as if I was being watched, usually at night. Then one Friday, I was gaming with my friends on Xbox Live, and in the middle of the game, I saw someone standing to my right, next to the air raid siren. I turned to look, and there's this little girl in a white nightdress and long black hair facing away from me, and toward the door I was speechless. She was completely solid like a real person. I could even see her shoulders rise and fall as she breathed. Yet she said and did nothing. She just stood there for the whole time she was there, couldn't look away, couldn't talk or anything. Then when she was gone, I returned to the Xbox chat and told my friends what I saw, and we joked. I felt creeped out, but nothing else. Now this happened several more times. Each time she appeared, I couldn't do anything except stare at her. My friend said to film her and shout at her, but I just couldn't. And this was happening at random times throughout the day. Once was midday, and each time I saw her, she was facing away from me. I never saw her face, but she was always getting closer to my bed. One time, there was a woman standing with her, but she was also facing away from me and toward the door. None of my family paid any attention to me about it until I started waking up with nosebleeds. I woke up with nosebleeds, black eyes, and bruises all over my body. It looked like I'd partaken in Fight Club. I was getting these beatings like nightly. On one occasion, my sister and her boyfriend heard a girl giggling and ran across the bedroom. It was the only time the ghost girl seemed to visit any of my family. Now, because of the beatings, my mom contemplated getting a priest in to bless the air raid siren in hopes of putting an end to it. My dad did some research. According to where the air raid siren's been stationed back in the day and kept, no one had died near it or become attached to it. I never told my girlfriend at the time about the ghost girl because I knew she'd never come around. So one night we're curled up in my bed. It's a single bed. She's by the wall and I'm on the edge. And as I'm nearly falling off, I tell her to move over. Now, stupid old me, I said the wrong girl's name. As I'm sure you can all understand, if your partner said the wrong name, you wouldn't be too happy. So she rolls over to have a go at me and immediately turns back around and starts sobbing into the bed, refusing to look back toward me. I get up, turn on the light, ask her why she's crying. She's thinking it's because I said the wrong name, or I was thinking that, but that's when she finally and slowly looks up, and she was as pale as snow, staring past me, the edge of the bed. This is when she told me that when she turned over toward me, there was a little girl in a white nightdress and long black hair standing directly behind me, staring down at her. I freaked the fuck out. After that night, moved the air raid siren into the barn, and immediately I could feel her presence gone from my room and the house. It was as if she couldn't get in. Whenever I go out into the barn, I can feel her there. Sometimes I see her standing near the siren, and I can feel her outside my bedroom window now and again. But still can't get in and still can't hurt me. Complete silence in the mountains. Sounds nice. About 3 years ago, I went hiking in the Atlas Mountains of Morocco. Since I didn't speak Arabic and my phone didn't receive data in Morocco, I decided to hire a guide. He suggested that we hike Jebel Yagur. It was a smaller mountain, but I was told that it had an excellent view. About a quarter way up the journey, I suddenly couldn't hear anything. Thought I was about to pass out, and I sat down quickly. As I sat there, I realized I wasn't lightheaded. My vision was perfectly fine, and I began to stand back up. I took a step forward, but I couldn't hear my foot hit the rocky ground beneath it. I took another step forward, and then once again I could hear everything. I could hear my guide call out to me and ask if I was okay. I could hear the wind again, and I could hear the voices of other people further up the mountain. I turned around, stepped back where I was standing a moment prior, and again I heard nothing. I slammed my foot into the ground trying to make a sound, but I still heard nothing. I even picked up a small rock and threw it downward, and still nothing. I eventually stepped forward again and called my guide to come to me. I asked him to stand where I was a moment ago. He looked at me weird, but he stood there, and I saw his eyes get wide. He took 2 steps forward very quickly and asked what just happened. I told him I hoped he'd know. He had no idea. He seemed really spooked, and even more so than me, and suggested we keep hiking. On the way up the mountain, we talked about how weird our experience was, and I decided to try to find the same spot on the way down. Once we reached the top and hiked back down, I was just standing in the same spot as earlier. The problem was that the spot looked like every other part of the mountain surrounding it. I spent about 30 minutes looking for the spot, but I couldn't find it. I know it's a long shot, but has anyone ever experienced something similar? And even better, has anybody experienced this at this place? Greetings, fellow truth seekers. Join us at Paranormal as we uncover the secrets of the supernatural. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to embark on a journey through the unknown with our captivating stories. Winding Stream Trail, Part 1, The Lady in Black. When I was 23, my first husband and I purchased our very first home together. The year was 2013. We were newly married, decided it was time for a home of our own. By the time we had settled on this one particular house that we'd been seeing on the market for a few months, most places that we had looked were either kind of too far from work or family, so this house was centered close by everybody, and the commute to work was short enough, so it was perfect. It was definitely a fixer-upper. It was built in the 60s. So, because of its age and the amount of work it needed done to it, we got it for a really cheap price, around $60,000, if I remember correctly. It was a 2-story house with 2 bedrooms and bathrooms with a full basement, 2-car garage, and a beautiful sunroom. In the backyard was an underground pool with water so green it looked black. The whole yard was fenced in and extremely overgrown. The house sat on a very wooded and secluded plot of land. So wooded that even from the street you'd have a hard time spotting the house unless you were really looking for it. The first 6 months went off without a hitch. I acclimated to the house and my new surroundings pretty well. I can't remember exactly what started it, but after a while when I was home alone, things started happening. Small things. I would get this strange and overwhelming feeling of being watched by someone or something. I would hear strange noises around the house as if someone were walking around when I was the only one home. At first, I just chose to ignore it. If you've read any of my past posts, you will see this is one of my coping mechanisms. I ignore it, and it'll go away. Maybe. Though most of the time, unfortunately for me, that isn't the case. It was close to Christmas, and I remember my husband at the time, we're going to call him B. We were out visiting with his family, who had come into town for the holidays. That particular year, we had a terrible rainstorm. So bad it was like a monsoon. Because the weather was so bad, we decided to stay overnight with his family members at his aunt's house. Make the journey back home the following day. When we arrived home the following day, we were grateful that we didn't have any downed trees or damage to the house. Huge pine trees spanned the entire yard, front and back. Or so we thought. Our washing machine and dryer were located in the basement. I've never been a fan of basements, ever since I was a little girl. So I usually had to haul the clothes hamper from our room upstairs down into the basement to do laundry. When I got down into our basement, it had completely flooded out from the rainstorm the night prior. Everything that was down there was completely destroyed. We instantly felt the pains of being first-time homebuyers. In the following days, we contracted the home insurance company to make a claim. After work one afternoon, B asked me to take photos of all the damage in the basement to send off to the insurance company. I was home alone and loathed going into that basement, especially when I was home alone, but I knew it needed to be done, so I grabbed my digital camera, put my big girl pants on, and made my descent down into the basement. When I reached the door, I expected to be met by water, but since a few days had passed, most of the water had been absorbed by the walls, and the excess had leaked out through the garage door and into the yard. There wasn't much light down there due to the basement not being wired correctly, and the drop ceiling made it impossible to install any lights. So I opened up the door that led into the garage, used the only source of light from the basement bathroom, and began snapping pictures of the basement. At first, everything was fine, but then I snapped a picture, and what I saw absolutely baffled me entirely. In this particular photo, there appeared to be what looked like long white ghost hooks falling from the ceiling, the kind of hooks they use in slaughterhouses to hang meat onto. I snapped a few more pictures to see if it would show up, but they didn't. But I was able to catch a few more light anomalies, like orbs flying around in the photos, but nothing like the hooks from the first photo I took. Wish I still had these photos to show as proof, but unfortunately, so much time has passed that they've been kind of lost over the years. After a few more minutes of snapping photos, that same overwhelming feeling I mentioned before came rushing in on me. Except this time it wasn't just a feeling. Standing there alone in the basement in this big house with no one else around, I heard the distinct sound of a voice standing right next to me. I couldn't make out what it said or if it was male or female, but I knew I heard it. My eyes widened with fear as I scanned the basement. I could feel the heat rising in my cheeks as my heart started to pound out of my chest. Something was down in that basement with me, and I was wanting no part of it. I instantly ran through the door that led to the two-car garage and called B, frantically trying to tell him what had just happened and what I had just captured on camera. Naturally, he played it down, shrugged it off. To him, it was all in my head and nothing more. Admittedly, I was frustrated and annoyed and felt dismissed entirely. Fast forward about a week or two. By this time, I had all but forgotten about the basement incident. Life was back to normal and continued as usual, and I was getting ready for bed on this particular night. I was usually in bed way before B. I'd be laying in bed watching TV as I fell asleep with the volume turned down really low, because I'm a light sleeper. The only real noise in the bedroom was from a fan blowing on me to keep me cool. If you've ever been to Georgia, then you know how hot it can get in the summer months. Eventually I fell asleep, but my peaceful slumber wouldn't last. I woke up to that old familiar feeling of being paralyzed and unable to move or speak. Except this time I was seeing everything around me. My eyes scanned the room, and at first I didn't see anything until my eyes shot to the foot of the bed where my feet were. Sitting there at the foot of my bed was a woman. I was instantly scared and didn't know what to do, so I just kept staring at her. She had long black hair that spanned down the length of her back. She was wearing what looked like a solid black kimono or a dark monk robe. I couldn't see her face at first because of the way she was seated and positioned. Then after a moment or two, she began to move. She turned her head to look at me, and when she did, I noticed that she had white bandages wrapped around where her eyes should be. The wraps appeared to be covered in a dark substance, almost like dried blood. She began crawling toward me, grudge style, and when she began doing this, for some reason, my reaction was to look away. She didn't like this at all, and it did nothing to deter her. Not even a moment later, I was face to face with this thing. When she reached my face, I could feel her hair on my skin, and her mouth opened. It was circular and black, and when I say she started trying to suck my soul out like a Dementor from Harry Potter, I literally mean I could feel this as it was happening. At first, I was just letting it happen. It felt weirdly peaceful. I remember thinking to myself briefly if this is what dying feels like. Then it's actually pretty peaceful. few more seconds pass, and it's like I snap out of whatever daze I'm in and I realize I need to fight back or I may die. When I say I was instantly filled with rage and void of fear, I mean it was like a switch kind of just flipped. I was no longer scared of this thing, and in fact I was extremely pissed off. Literally heard myself cursing this thing out and telling it to get off me. I was all fight and no flight. A few moments later, I was able to get myself out of it. My brain and body were once again on the same track. I sat up out of bed, my heart racing, and B was sound asleep next to me. My eyes darted and scanned the room to make sure nothing was there, and that it was safe. And of course, I didn't see anything there, and this would be my second run-in with sleep paralysis, and my first experience with the lady in black. Winding Stream Trail, Part 2, Down the Rabbit Hole. Towards the end of this 2-week period, I had another episode of sleep paralysis. So much for Feng Shui. This was the first time I'd experienced episodes so closely together. There was at least a year or two that separated my first 2 episodes. This one happened as I was falling asleep and not waking up. I remember on this particular night I was having a really hard time getting comfortable and falling asleep. I'm not certain how long I was tossing and turning, but it must have been for at least a few hours. I just remember at one point being aware that I felt like I was floating down. What I can only describe as being like a stream of soft silk. Flowed like water in a stream, but it was so soft that it didn't have like a cool or warm sensation to it. I distinctly remember thinking to myself, this feels really nice, I'm just going to relax and see where this goes, because I had been struggling to fall asleep for so long. I was extremely naive to think that, well, after what I'd just been through previously, this relaxing and somewhat soothing experience quickly turned into something much more disturbing. As I began to indulge in the silky river and allow myself to drift off, I was met with the most evil and sinister-sounding laugh you could possibly imagine coming from outside around me. Not in my head, but right next to me at my bedside in my bedroom. Though my body was paralyzed, there wasn't a sensation of heaviness on my body like there had been before in previous episodes. And even though it was a struggle, I was able to fight my eyes open, at least enough to see around me. That usual intense fight-or-flight emotional response was more than apparent, and once again, I was all fight. Felt like whatever this thing was intentionally trying to scare me, like it was getting some kind of sick, twisted enjoyment out of tormenting me. I mustered all the strength I could in my neck to turn my head to the side of the bed where this laughter was coming from. The challenge of struggling to open my eyes was just as difficult, but I was eventually able to get my sight positioned exactly where I would have been standing. There was nothing there. I could see really nothing at all, and I'm not quite sure if most people would have the same response to these things as I do, but I instantly got pissed off. I began to order my brain to snap out of it, and every muscle in my body to start moving. I wasn't able to try to force myself to go to sleep after this. After some time writhing, I was able to finally force myself up and awake. Sat up straight in bed, and right away looking around the room, my eyes darting to every nook, cranny, and crevice. The room was dimly lit by a silent TV screen, the only noise coming from the ceiling fan above. My husband at the time was once again asleep soundly next to me, none the wiser to anything that had just happened. I didn't understand what was going on, and I had no one to talk to about it. The few people I did decide to share it with usually didn't even know how to respond. Things only continued to ramp up after this. My energy levels started to greatly decrease. I was sleeping 12 to 16 hours a day and sometimes more. No matter how much or how little I slept, I would feel completely exhausted. Forcing myself up and scraping myself out of bed to even go to work was misery. At this particular point in time, I was going through a lot in my private life, and I was extremely unhappy in a lot of areas. Depression from private life combined with confusion and frustration about all things going on with me, and the things going around me, the things that didn't make sense, depleted my energy basically, entirely. Can't recall how much time exactly had passed in between, but eventually I began to get woken up while sleeping very regularly. Be woken up to my name being called. Sometimes it would sound male, other times kind of female. There were times it sounded demonic or even robotic, but the voice never sounded the same each time it would happen. In the coming weeks, that turned into months, spending a lot of time alone by myself. I'd spend a lot of time just sitting at my PC in the computer room, usually playing video games and listening to music. On this particular day, I was sitting at my computer desk playing World of Warcraft with a friend of mine who lived in Texas. We're going to call him C. We were on voice chat through Discord, and we had just entered into a battleground, PvP arena. All of a sudden, my entire computer just shuts off completely, and so does the light in the room. I look over at my husband at the time's computer desk, and it was close by to mine, as his computer was still on and running like normal. At first, I thought it was a simple power surge or a blip since the house is quite old. But then I started to feel that weird type of energy start to build up in the room around me. That same kind of energy I felt all those years ago when I was 14 in Panama City Beach, Florida. The room started to feel really heavy, like there were too many people crowded into one room, even though I was home completely alone. I don't know why, but I began to feel extremely unsafe, and I told myself to just leave. I low-key started to panic, decided to call my friend back on the mobile. I explained to him what was happening and asked him to stay on the phone with me while I got dressed to leave the house. My bedroom was located right next door to the computer room. As I walk out of the computer room and into my bedroom, it was like whatever it was, I could feel it following me. I grabbed a t-shirt and a pair of jeans from my closet. I tell C to hold on for a few seconds while I get dressed. Set the phone on the bed, rushed as fast as I could to get dressed. As I'm almost finished and pulling my t-shirt over my head, I'm instantly frozen in fear. I hear someone standing next to me whispering something incomprehensible into my ear. It was so low I couldn't even make out if it was supposed to be male or female. Paused for just a few seconds, still hiding within the safety of my cotton-threaded t-shirt, to see if it said something else, and it did. I pull my shirt over my head and look next to me, revealing nothing being there. Grab my phone and my purse, and I tell C I'm calling my grandfather to come pick me up. Unfortunately, my car had recently broken down, so I was unable to drive. My grandfather only lived about 10 minutes drive away from me, so thankfully it wouldn't take him long to get there. I sat on the steps of my front porch until my grandfather arrived. Even though it was about a 10-minute journey, his arrival seemed to take ages. As soon as his car came to a stop in the driveway, I jumped into the passenger side seat, and I must have appeared to be a bit visibly shaken, because the first thing he asked me was if I was all right. I honestly didn't know what to say or how to begin to explain what was going on with me without sounding completely batshit crazy. For years, I'd been experiencing odd things here and there since being a little girl, but nothing ever like this. Other than my sister and a few friends here and there over the years, I never spoke to anyone about these types of things. Most of the time, it was because I didn't know how to, and honestly, I didn't want others to start judging me or thinking that I'm crazy, because it's the easiest thing to do in these kinds of circumstances. To just assume someone's crazy or mentally ill over these sorts of topics. Especially when you come from and live in the Bible Belt. When we arrived at my grandparents' house, my grandfather and I sat in his porch smoking a cigarette. We sat in silence for a few minutes. I was inwardly trying to decide if I was going to try to open up to him about some of the things going on with me or not. I thought to myself the worst that could come of it was that he would think I was a complete Fruit Loop who just kind of, my cheese maybe slid all the way off its cracker, or mine. Instead of laying it all out, I just asked him a few questions on the subject. I asked him if he ever experienced something he couldn't explain, something that seemed odd and maybe even supernatural. My grandfather was a man's man, very old school. Well, if something upset him emotionally, he wouldn't know it. He never cried in front of anyone except maybe my grandmother, and he wasn't easy to have emotional or even spiritual conversations with. I asked him if he had ever felt things or saw things that he couldn't explain. He looked out into his front yard and took a long drag off his cigarette. Surprisingly, he nods his head and says, "Yep." I'm not sure if the shock was apparent on my face, but so many questions came flooding into my head. I was extremely curious. He continued on to say that there had been a few times in his life that he had seen or felt something strange, but would deal with it by ignoring it. Fortunately, my curiosity was short-lived, and I decided to just leave it there. I was at a crossroads, and I knew I had two options. I could either choose to embrace what was going on with me and open myself up to it, or possibly find some answers, or I could choose to keep trying to ignore it. Well, since trying to ignore it for so many years didn't seem to be working, I took it upon myself to open myself up to the possibility of something that seemed impossible. It was time to travel willingly down that rabbit hole. Secret basement. In September, my partner and I signed the lease on a dream apartment. I was ridiculously excited and just kept telling everybody I knew about it, to the point where I was probably actually pretty annoying. One day, a friend of mine came to visit me at work, and of course, I told her the news of our new place. She asked me where it was, and when I told her the location, she turned pale and seemed uncomfortable at best, and flat out scared at worst. She asked to see a picture of the inside. When I showed her, she let out a long sigh of relief, then proceeded to tell me one of the creepiest stories I had ever heard. It turns out about 5 years ago, she had lived in the house directly next to mine with her sister and boyfriend. Starting almost immediately when they moved in, they began hearing noises out in the kitchen area at night when they were sleeping, and would occasionally wake up to open cabinets or kitchen tools scattered around. Eventually, they started hearing what sounded like kids talking in low voices in the kitchen at night, occasionally crying, and crashes that sounded far off but still somewhere in the house. Around this time, my friend and her sister started to fight a lot, said that they had both been feeling extremely irritable about everything. Their house was broken into while they were all at work one night, but nothing was stolen except some cheap costume jewelry. There was cash, valuable jewelry, and designer clothes in the house, but it was all left untouched. Later in the same month, they received a visit from the cops. They said a neighbor had called about screaming and crying coming from the house. Had reported that they left their kids there alone when they were out. They didn't have kids. The cops were called a few other times and finally got a search warrant. Somehow ended up finding a trap door under the kitchen window area that was covered in a layer of leaves and dirt. They found out that it was the remains of a very, very old root cellar. I live in one of the oldest cities in America by European colonizer standards, and most of the structures are built on top of older structures. Apparently, one thing led to another in the search down there. The police recovered some very, very old skeletal remains of 2 children. Nobody seemed to know if the skeletons or the root cellar were there first. During all of this, my friend and her sister broke their lease and moved out of there as soon as possible. They were terrified to be there any longer. I went through with my lease and live in the building next door where all this happened. My apartment is an old adobe market. It was converted into an apartment in the 70s. It's been an absolute dream to live here. No scary vibes or noises at all. The couple who live in that house now seem pretty nice and keep to themselves. We all have high adobe privacy walls and coyote fences. I feel tempted to see if they know anything about any of this, but I'm afraid it might make them uncomfortable if I approach them about it. Mysterious figure sighted screaming at 4 a.m. Police called. 2 witnesses. Yesterday at 4 a.m.-ish, I was awoken to someone down my road screaming, "Aw!" and then talking. This happened 2 to 3 times before I panicked and looked out my window. Saw this guy walking in the road screaming, "Aw!" Then talking and screaming again. I lost sight of him, ran to my mother. When we both got back to my room 20 or 30 seconds later, we could still hear the same screaming. I would have written this off as a crackhead just being a crackhead, but the odd part of the story is that the screams were distant. It's hard to explain the structure of my neighborhood in text, but opposite my drive, there's an entrance leading to a park. You walk forward, then go to the left, forward again, and there's a large metal gate. It's always locked, and that leads into tennis courts and a small field. This is 120 meters away from the road that I saw him. When I got back to my room with my mother, the screams were distant, and the same sound, but they were distant too. Not in the direction he was walking. My mother's hearing is not that great, but she heard it twice before it stopped. It sounded like he was far away and had to get to where it sounded like he was at. He would have had to run and climb a broken, locked, and rattly gate. We heard nothing for 2 minutes, so Mother called the police and gave a description of what I saw. Stayed up for the next hour looking out, trying to hear anything, unsure if the police did anything. My mother asked around with my neighbors, and no one heard anything at all. Rang the doorbell, didn't pick up anything. Distance too far away from the door. I check out the route that he would have had to take to get the gate locked, and nothing out of the ordinary. I'm just really dumbfounded at how the screams got so far in a span of 20 seconds. Lived beside a Canadian heritage dollhouse built in 1898. A bit of background, so I'm a 28-year-old male who lives in BC, Canada. This experience had happened when I was about 9 years old. During the time, we used to live by a heritage site which was called the Pillath House. You can Google it, Pillath. My family and pretty much the whole neighborhood used to refer to this house as the creepy doll house. Every time we drove by or spoke of it, this experience happened on like a windy but somewhat rainy fall day. I was sick that day, so my mom made me stay home and not show up to school. At the time, it was only me and my mom at home. I had 2 older sisters that were in high school and my dad was at work. My mom used to sew clothes for a living and worked from home a couple of days during the week. Right outside the rear sliding door, the exits to the backyard, we built a small shed like a room area where my mom could sew and store sewing machines, supplies, and etc. She would be there a couple of hours a day, and we would kind of just wind up checking on me, at least when it was time for lunch. On this particular day, it was a normal sick day for me, just like every other sick day. I woke up, had some cereal, and turned on the TV and watched some Barney while my mom was in the backyard sewing her clothes. The couch I was on was facing the TV, so my head was turned to the left, and in front of me was a black glass fireplace with a reflection where my feet were facing. We also had a sort of a hallway that would lead up into the bedrooms where my head was pointing at. As I was watching Barney, and I remember this pretty vividly, I noticed a dark figure with its knees bent, hunched over and swaying side to side with its arms bent out in the reflection of my fireplace. This figure was dancing, quote-unquote, for a couple of seconds. That was until I turned around to look down the hallway and nothing was there. It was almost as if it was mimicking what Barney was doing on TV. I wasn't frightened because I thought it could have been one of my siblings home from lunch just screwing with me. I called out my siblings' names, but no one answered. I even ran down the hallway and checked out all the rooms, but again, no one was there. Ran out to get my mom and told her what happened, so we both came inside to look around, but the house was empty. But here's the strangest part. Sometimes I'll leave this part out because it just makes it even more unbelievable. But here we go. As we were coming out of the hallway, the front door slammed open, so I had to go downstairs and close and lock it. It was windy that day, but the door should have been locked. We didn't think much of it and sort of just brushed it off. Fast forward more than 10 years later, by this time we'd already moved out. My sister came to visit me and my parents were just sort of talking over lunch. My sister had recently learned that her friend's dad works for the government and was assigned to take care and maintain the Pillith house. She only brought this up because the Pillith house, again, used to be right beside us. This would require him to stay at night so he could wake up and do yard work. Apparently, he's had some frequent experiences in that house, such as random footsteps, knocking, but mostly somebody jumping on his bed while he was trying to sleep. He was never bothered by it because it was so frequent. He mentioned that there is a spirit of a little boy and a man in the house. She was telling us this, and I immediately connected the dots. I'm pretty sure I met that little boy, and it seemed like he just wanted to play. I remember at the time when it happened, I wasn't at all scared, but now I think about it, it is a bit creepy. Part 2. Generations of Hauntings. Afternoon, y'all. I started with the part 1, The Doppelganger Underneath My Bed, so if you haven't already, go ahead and give that a read. This story is filled with accounts from multiple family members. It's a long one, but I hope you enjoy. Cheers. My father's side of my family lived in Des Moines. That was in the late 60s to mid-80s. Through divorce and a house, burned to ashes. My grandmother and non-blood grandfather moved into a house suitable to fit the 10 members of their family. Their children consisted of 4 girls and 4 boys. Almost all the experiences were witnessed by the women of my family, which is very important to note. Everything started with an act of kindness. My aunt, we'll call her Jay, they're the 3rd oldest out of the siblings. After moving into the house, Aunt Jay did some exploring, as one would with new territory. She found an old cemetery with her younger sister Kay, being the kind-hearted people they are. They spent a day clearing the overgrown grass and dirt-covered gravestones. The longer she stayed, she felt connected to the people, so she was just taking time to read the names on the stones, hoping to keep their memory alive. Unfortunately, she made a terrible mistake. Shortly after the clearing of the cemetery, subtle but strange things began happening in their home. It started with the smell of roses, almost as if someone had brought fresh flowers from the market. The smell would be brief. It would kind of come at random moments, like walking through the hall or while they sat and ate dinner. They couldn't explain it, but it was pleasant. They never minded. Soon, a noticeable stain appeared above the kitchen doorway. My grandmother, being a housewife, spent more than enough time trying to rid the stain, but no matter the cleaning method, it would never fade. The stain turned out to have much more significance than just a visual inconvenience. Around this time, 2 neighboring boys were walking to school. They came across a grisly sight. A young woman was found in a grassy roadside ditch, dead, covered in morning frost. The area had been seeing a lot of kidnappings and murders of young women at the time. This will be a key element later on in the story. As time passed, the occurrences became more frequent, more intense. The house was 2 stories. Most of the bedrooms were in the basement, which was slightly unfinished, leaving few lights and some doors without doorknobs. As you could imagine, if left, sort of an eerie feeling in the house, already fueled with energy. At the time, the 2 oldest siblings, both boys, had moved out of the house, leaving 6 siblings behind. One of the first visual sightings belonged to my father. He witnessed a green mist flow through the empty hole where the doorknob would be. He would hear knocking at his door and shuffling of objects in his room. My dad was young at the time, so of course he moved into a room with his brother who was basically deaf and never personally experienced anything. I'm not sure if any more personal experiences he had because he would not really share them with me and really acknowledge what he experienced anyway. This explains why he wouldn't listen to me about the creature under my bed. Next was my Aunt S. She might have had the most terrifying experience in the home. S was my grandfather's child. She was adopted during his first marriage as her mother had passed away from cancer. She had already experienced so much in her young life, which led to her being pretty susceptible to the events. On one night, she woke up to the shaking of her bed, and what happened next would shake anyone to their core. She saw faces. Hundreds of ghoulish green and yellow faces covered her walls and ceiling. They were looking straight at her, mouths moving as they were speaking. They didn't make a sound, and after that night, she understandably moved into her sister Kay's room on the upper floor. Aunt L, who was also pretty young at the time, one notable occurrence she experienced was she could never hang anything up in her room. Everything would fall or fly off the wall. One night her mirror flew off the wall, shattering into a million pieces. Objects on dressers would fly across the room. She never got a restful night's sleep. In 2018, I discovered that Aunt L could hear voices of those past. No matter where she goes, she always has experiences to this day. Now, back to the key member of this story, Aunt J. One night, all the siblings camped on the top of the easily accessible carport. As the kids were sleeping, their dog started to bark. Jay woke up and investigated the backyard. They had a shed not too far from the carport. A light pole sat right next to it. At the base of the pole, she saw a glowing sliver of bluish light about 3 feet long standing vertically. The light slowly moved up the length of the light pole to the top of the tree line where it stayed for at least 5 minutes. She told me she felt pretty comfortable, almost as if it were a longtime friend. After some time, the light bent 90 degrees and quickly took off, fading into the night. Fast forward to her senior year of high school. As the school year was ending, she came down with a serious sickness that took her out of school for more than 2 weeks. One day she needed to go to school later in the morning, which caused her to have to walk almost a mile distance to her school. The neighborhood was familiar to her, knowing almost every family in the area, so she walked comfortably to school. About halfway, an older and loud muscle car passed her slowly. It would turn around and make a couple of slow passes. As he passed her the last time, she heard a crystal-clear voice of a woman in her ear say, "Run!" And so she ran. Jay could hear the car door open and footsteps trailing behind her. The school was surrounded by a green belt, so taking the road to the school would be a death sentence. But taking the shortcut through the green belt could save her life. As she ran through the dirt trail, she heard the voice again telling her to relax your arms. So she did, and the man ripped her backpack off her shoulders. She ran as her life depended on it, As she made it to the edge of the school parking lot, she jumped over like a log into the parking lot, just escaping his grip on her jacket. She ran into the school, immediately reporting it to the principal. They never found the man. Jay believes, along with the rest of my family, that it was the man who murdered the young girl that was found in the ditch. Jay also believes that the sliver of light was the girl's spirit that truthfully saved her life. When enough became enough, my family spoke to priests at the University of Washington, leading to an exorcism and blessing of the home. A medium came to the home and told them that a man and his wife lived on the property in a house that no longer stood. From an unfortunate event, the wife died, and the husband died shortly after. The gravestones my aunt had, they were those of the husband and wife. Turns out that the smell of roses was the wife. The priest spread holy water over the house, even on the stain over the kitchen doorway, which eventually disappeared. After that day, the energy seemed to die off. Things began to feel as a house should. Their story ended up in the newspaper, all identities hidden, but their accounts had been recorded for the public to read and believe for themselves. Most of the family moved to Idaho, which led a new family to move into the home. They discovered later that the daughter had an imaginary female friend, but she wasn't imaginary at all. There's no updates on that family or their experiences. With my 8 aunts and uncles, I have 9 cousins, and 7 of them are male and other 2 are women. Remember how I said the experiences were mostly felt and witnessed by women? Well, my 2 cousins and I have had numerous experiences throughout our lives. My cousin T had an imaginary soldier friend. He would talk to her and tell her things a young girl would have no understanding about. My cousin K recently had a heartbreaking experience that revolved around a murder of a young girl in the Seattle area. She would see her everywhere she went, the grocery store, walks, and within the hallways of the hospital she worked at. Turns out, the young girl had been murdered by a family member, and her murder hadn't been caught until recently. And as for me, my experiences started when I was 7 with the terrifying experience of the doppelganger under my bed. In my early preteen years, I lived with my mom and brother in a newly built house. But at this time, I'd gotten an iPhone 4 to be exact. My friend had stayed the night. She was one to be obsessed with her looks, so she decided to take selfies on my phone. Upon looking at them, we discovered a face. It was hovering over the fabric of the couch. When she had took a picture, it was dark and the TV was playing in the background, but it was bright and no light would reflect off the fabric of the couch. After finding one face, we discovered 3 more. The faces were absolutely evil looking. They were cloudy but translucent, yellow eyes and mouths. They were open, exposing large teeth. My mother made me delete the photos, but I regret deleting such powerful evidence of the paranormal. Years passed without another profound experience, but I always felt the energy of certain places, always feeling uneasy and sad when I shouldn't. Fast forward to 2018. I went on a much-needed family vacation to Seaside, Oregon. I was accompanied by 2 friends who wanted to explore the area. Close to Seaside is Astoria, which sits at the mouth of the Columbia River. The area is notorious for the dangerous ocean waters that have caused hundreds of shipwrecks in the early years of its settlement. We wound up touring a historic Victorian manor originally built by Captain Flavel. Although rich in history, the energy was non-existent. We moved deeper into the town to get our fill of the history. We were directed to an old firehouse turned museum. There we met an older gentleman by the name of Dr. D. He was a local college professor but did tours of the firehouse in the summer. Through curiosity and respect to the building, We quickly became trusted companions. He led us to the second floor to a door that led to a stairway to the third story, which was the firemen's quarters. He explained that if the door was locked, we weren't invited, but if it was unlocked, we were welcomed in. The door was unlocked, so we made our way up the stairs, the railings and windows filled with dusty cobwebs, a path that didn't seem well traveled. Once we reached the top of the stairs, I began to feel like we were invading on someone's space that we didn't belong in. We turned around and headed back down the stairs to the second floor where there was 2 rooms of exhibits. While crossing through a doorway into the other room, my friend quickly turned around explaining that the lights had just flickered on and off numerous times. Once I stepped into the room, I was immediately stuck to one spot. I stood in front of the glass case ceiling and an old uniform. I couldn't move from that spot. I was overcome by sadness and despair, feeling that energy being drained out of me. As we stood there standing in front of the case, the light began flickering. Dr. D explained that those lights are all connected to one switch, so there's no reason for one case to flicker. Eventually, we were able to step outside. I sat on the curb regaining my energy, but still stuck with a pit in my heart. To this day, I can still very clearly recall that feeling. 2018 was the year I moved from Idaho to Seattle. This is when the stories were passed down to me, and I eventually got the chance to see Des Moines' house. It still stands looking friendly on the outside, but the terrors of my family still resonate within its walls. From my experiences, I always wondered why I saw and felt things that others didn't. I soon discovered that the women in my family are sensitive to the spirit world, which only leads to more questions. I don't know what lies ahead of me, but I'm sure my experiences don't end there.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
Had conversations with brother for 2 days before I found out he died the week before. In parentheses, cross-posted. So when I was 13, my older brother 18 and I were on our way to a movie. That's when we were hit by a drunk driver. I woke up in the hospital 4 days later, having lost my right leg and the other leg in a cast along with other injuries. That night I woke up to my brother sitting by my bed telling me everything will be okay and to go back to sleep. Next day, parents came to visit, see how I was doing. I asked why my brother wasn't with them. They looked at each other, but they didn't say anything. That night I again woke up to brother sitting by my bed again, telling me he knows I can get through this and that I need to be strong and overcome this, and not to let my injuries stop me from living life. We talked a bit, him not answering specific questions, but answering more general questions. I remember asking him why he was still wearing clothes from yesterday, because that was very unlike him to wear anything similar to what he wore the day before. He didn't answer, but when asked how he was, he said better than he thought he would be given the circumstances. He reminded me to be strong and keep living and not let anything stop me, no matter how, and basically remind me that he loved me before telling me I should get some more sleep. That next day, parents again came to visit me in the hospital, and I again asked why brother wasn't with them. And they again looked at each other, and it was only after I said that I would like family visit together, not at different times, and would like brother to visit during the day when we can talk more instead of at night, that my dad asked what I meant. I told him Andy had been coming at night to visit. My mom broke down and left the room. My dad then told me that it was impossible because Andy died in an accident instantly. I didn't believe it. I argued it. I ended up having to be sedated. That night I had no visit, and the next day, parents brought newspaper articles about the accident. Years later, my fiancée had an experience, and having never seen a photo of my brother, she described him to me to a T and what he was wearing. That's a story for another time. but it was nice knowing brother's still around looking out for me and those I love. Brother visited my fiancée. Continuation of story from yesterday. Something to note before getting into what happened. My brother died when I was 13. We were both in a car accident. My fiancée never met my brother. Never seen photos of him before this. My fiancée is bipolar. Extreme highs and extreme lows. We had been dating for 4 months at the time and just moved in together. I didn't know at the time, but she had gone off her meds. This all happened while I was at work, and she told me about it later. She went out for a walk to get some air. She was feeling really claustrophobic. The start of a manic depressive episode. Got to the point that she thought dying would be the best option, and standing on a corner, she thought the best idea would be to just walk into traffic. As she took a step off the curb, someone grabbed her and pulled her back, turned her around into a hug, arms wrapped around her, telling her that that she doesn't truly want to do this, and that everything will be okay, and that she's stronger than she realizes, and it isn't her time. Told her to just breathe nice, slow, deep breaths, and she looked up at him and said thanks, turned around, wiped her eyes, and when she turned back, the person was gone. She told me about this when I got off work, and she wanted to put up a post online to see if she could find the guy to say a proper thank you for his help for saving her. It was when she started saying what he told her and describing him that my heart started beating fast. I knew who helped her. She described him as being 17 to 18, athletic, slightly taller than her, dark brown shaggy hair, big freckled birthmark under his right eye, and a blue shirt that said JS, Jenks, in yellow letters. It brought me back to... Okay. I think it says, it brought me back to the visits I got in the hospital. The shirt my brother wore on the day of the accident, and when I saw him by my hospital bed. I told her I know who helped her, and I can't explain it. Told her it was my brother, and that she said that was impossible. It was a real person. She got mad for just suggesting it, because she never believed in ghosts or spirits or anything like that. Very skeptic. I asked her to please trust me, and that night we drove to my parents' house. I went into the basement and found a picture of my brother and asked if it was this person who helped her. Her face went pale and kept asking how it was possible. I had no idea what to say because I didn't know either, but told her how he came to me in the time of need, and it looks like he came for her and hers. Was it a death wish, or just bad luck? A bit of background before we get into the story. For as long as I can remember, I've experienced strange things. Usually it's just hearing voices calling me or seeing various entities, etc. But this particular story is more of a series of events that led to a conclusion. As a kid, there was one instant where I was walking home from the neighborhood pool with my brother and a couple cousins. I reached the crossing a minute or two before them and decided not to wait for them. I looked both ways multiple times, not seeing any cars. I started crossing the road to the next crossing. My brother started yelling at me to stop. I turned to look back at him and asked why I didn't stop at the intersection. When I told him that I did and looked several times before walking, he told me that there was no way that I could have stopped because they weren't that far behind me and I didn't stop. They would have seen me. It wasn't safe to cross. I argued back that it was safe to cross, and I started crossing, and he looked me dead in the eyes and said, "If that car hadn't stopped, you'd be dead." And that's when it dawned on me to look around again. There was a black sedan with tinted windows sitting just inches away from me. I hadn't seen it or heard it drive up. So between the ages of 8 and 17, I almost drowned several times. The last time was probably the scariest. I was at a youth camp with a friend's youth group, and we had gone for a swim in the lake during a free time. So a group of us decided to swim out to the boat to go jet skiing. It wasn't very far swim, maybe a couple 100 feet or so, and I wanted to ride a jet ski in an environment where it wasn't storming. Halfway there, for whatever reason, I decided to turn back. I swam back, and once I reached a spot where I know I could stand, I stopped. But as my right foot touched the bottom of the lake, a hand grabbed my right ankle and pulled me under. It was gripping me so tightly I could feel the claws digging into my skin. I struggled and called for help until I heard a voice say, "Stop struggling, no one's coming." And I felt myself go limp and be pulled further under the water. Right as I was beginning to lose consciousness, I was pulled out by a girl I had just met. She helped me back to the dock where I coughed up a lot of water and cried for a bit. It'll be 5 years this summer, and to this day I can still feel the hand gripping onto my ankle with the force to crush it. After I got my license, I spent a lot of time with friends when I could. The first time anything weird happened was while I was driving. I was out with a friend, and we'd run a few errands for her mom before going to pick up her cousin. We stopped at an intersection, and the light had just turned red. As we sat there, I watched the light change from red to green, and so I accelerated, thinking that it was a standard green light. But it almost felt heavy, if that makes sense. I described it as feeling kind of like I was in a trance. My friend started yelling, "What are you doing? Stop!" I snapped out of whatever state I was in and realized that we were seconds away from being T-boned, possibly killed by this massive white van. Moved back into my new original spot, and I just kept trying to tell my friend that the light had been green. She didn't believe me. After that, I started getting into accidents. Mostly just minor things like accidental bumper taps. The second of the three I was in, which was the most major, I was driving to a job interview. My vision went white. It was almost like somebody put a white cloth over my head, and by the time I could see again, I was plowing into the back of another SUV. About 6 months to a year after that, my parents took me to see a therapist because they were worried that I might have been suicidal. The therapist asked general questions about my behavior leading up to not only seeing her, but also to some of the events. I was honest with her. When she asked me if I'd ever heard of a death wish, I admitted that I hadn't. She told me that she figured I had one. Still not sure what to think. Haven't had any more accidents, but it can be argued that I've simply just found a car more suited to me instead of a death wish. However, I haven't been able to find a lot about it, but if you guys have any ideas on what could have been happening, let me know. Can a shadow person try to strangle you? So yesterday I found this subreddit, spent the day reading it, and at a certain point I feel like I needed to stop reading it, because I was having some kind of feeling that it might attract the attention of a nasty critter. But I didn't really have anything to base this on, so I stopped for a while, then started up again. I've been reading a lot of posts about shadow people, and in the comments, there's a lot about sleep paralysis, which I had previously never experienced, at least not in a terrifying way that everybody describes, but it is a symptom of restless leg syndrome, which I do have, but I'm also medicated for it. Brutal. So when I go to bed, I was kind of wishing that I hadn't read so many spooky stories before bed. In the middle of the night, I feel like I've woken up, and above me on the bed is a humanoid figure made of shadows. I have the impression that its hands are around my throat, although I'm not experiencing any trouble breathing. I can't move. I remembered from all the posts that I had read yesterday that I'm supposed to be stronger than anything that comes at a person while they're in sleep paralysis. So I fight the paralysis. and I have a bite guard in my mouth because I clench my teeth at night and I start trying to force the words go away out of my mouth and move my arm and wake my fiance. I didn't write that. And eventually I'm able to force the words out after a lot of shitty mumble attempts. Get my arm to touch my guy. Okay. And after I say go away, it does, and the sun comes up, and my guy wakes up in my dream and is like admiring the way the sunlight hits my face, and I sleep with blackout curtains, so this part's definitely fiction. Then I actually wake up. The weird thing is that I didn't have a lot of feelings of serious lingering fear. I mostly feel loved, but I'm still half asleep. But like a half asleep, safe, go away. I say this out loud for real this time, and then I roll over to snuggle with my guy, even though it was too warm and I fell back asleep. Now, until yesterday, I didn't know anything about shadow people specifically. But when I was a sophomore in high school, I would go on walks with my dog at the local park at night. Night's a stretch. I live in Minnesota, so it was like going at 6, but it was dark. I always had the impression of shadows being where they didn't belong and watching me, and with a sensation of movement at the corners of my eyes, and, well, when I'd get home, I'd find new bruises on my arms and legs. At the time, I had just read the book Tith, T-I-T-H-E, and at the time, I convinced myself that it was get creatures. Get creatures, apparently. So I stopped going out at night, but I had a lot of trouble sleeping at night because I just felt like I was being watched. It was that feeling you had when you were a child, when you're too scared to open your eyes for fear of what was in your room at night, but as a high schooler. Everyone told me I was imagining it, and I was like, I know, but it means my mind is a horrible place to be. Years later, I was diagnosed as bipolar. I just chalked it up to that, but it should be noted that I'm type 2 bipolar, and since then I'd had no hallucinations. I would just get really depressed, or when I was manic, I would just be really artistically productive, and a little slutty and bubblier, and I'd spend all of my money on stupid shit. Anyway, I just wanted to get some feedback on whether it was just an odd dream, especially because it seems like shadow people are mostly just kind of watchers from the posts I read yesterday. Me and my best friend saw something unexplainable. I don't have a lot of memories from my past. I've undergone a lot of trauma in my childhood that I blocked out. Yet, this one memory is something so vivid and clear I can detail what we saw that night. It all happened in my backyard. My parents had a big bonfire for the neighborhood back then, almost once a week. They soon got a tiny fire pit closer to the house, just for our personal family time. My best friend was always invited, since she was always around. I was around 17, I was around 7th, going into 8th grade that summer. We had just gotten a smaller pit. My mom, dad, sister, nephew, and best friend were roasting marshmallows, just enjoying the night, talking and laughing and just having fun. All of a sudden, a very white figure appeared in the corner of my eye. On instinct, my head turned to look at whatever it was, and it was so out of place in the dark night. My heart raced like it never had before. My eyes went really wide, breathing, picking up as I saw this white saber-toothed tiger. It had the black stripes accompanying its white fur, and it saw me, and I saw it. And when I blinked, it calmly walked behind my neighbor's dog fence and disappeared. I went to turn away as I'm used to seeing these things, but usually alone. I was afraid my whole life until that point I was crazy. That I was just seeing things. But when my head turned so I could go back to my family, my eyes met my best friend's. Her eyes were way more frightened than mine. She whispered to me, "Did you see that?" To which I honestly was stunned and replied, "Yeah." She was terrified more than I. And that's when my mom asked what we were talking about. So, before I could answer, she responded with exactly my own description. I knew I wasn't just seeing things, as she had been the one that actually said she saw what I saw. My mom told us we were seeing things. No one else saw the white mass. We did. They just saw darkness. We still talk about whatever it was, and she's still terrified to talk about it. I witnessed a car accident that apparently never happened. Back in 2013, I was moving from Florida to Kentucky for a new job with a close friend I grew up with. It's about a 15-hour drive, so we decided to leave around 6 p.m. and drive straight through. That was to get to Kentucky the next morning. The route takes you through Atlanta and then a long, dark stretch of mountains in Tennessee, where there's no exits, call service, and it's very steep. There's about an hour-long drive where there are signs everywhere that say no Jake brake and no braking downhill. When you're in the mountains while driving, it feels very dangerous going downhill. This was in November and the roads were very slick at night. It was about 3 a.m. I was driving. My friend was in the passenger seat sleeping. We were coming down one of the mountains, and up ahead I see a bright light that's slowly getting bigger as I approach. I realize what I'm seeing. It's a car fully engulfed in flames in the left lane, bottom of the hill. I yelled at my friend to wake up so we can figure out what the hell to do. Obviously, if anyone's in the car, they couldn't have survived, and we weren't equipped to help. It also seemed like a dangerous idea to stop the car because of the bottom of the mountain, and, well, worried that we'd be in danger from oncoming cars so late at night. I mean, the car was on fire, and I barely saw it until I was so close to it. As we're trying to figure out what to do, we realize neither of us had cell service, but we see a sign for a gas station 2 miles up the road. We get to the gas station and tell the guy working up there what happened. He tells us, unfortunately, that this is something that happens from time to time. He would call a state trooper for us, but he could tell him exactly what happened and give any information that we could. Less than 10 minutes later, the trooper pulls up. We tell him exactly what happened, but he's confused. He says to get to the gas station to meet us, he was driving the same direction we were driving. There were no other exits for 15 miles, and it would have been impossible for him to miss a flaming car. After a few minutes of us basically arguing with him about what we saw and assuring that we weren't on any drugs or hadn't been drinking, we travel south with him, following us to the location of the accident. And sure enough, there is no burning car there. No car at all. To this day, me and my friend are sure of what we saw. We passed within maybe 10 feet from the car itself, one lane over. We saw clearly a car burning, but apparently it never happened. "3 months ago, I seen a black figure at work. Ever since then, things have changed. It's been a while since I posted. With the whole COVID-19 and life getting super insane working at a hospital, I haven't had much time to really get on Reddit or any social media. There's something I wanted to discuss, share, and even get some input on. What I'm about to type out is going to sound so beyond unreal and fake that it's going to drive many off or cause many to say it's not true. 3 months ago, I seen a black figure kind of hiding around the corner. As I ran after it, it seemed to get further and further away. After going to security and seeing nothing was there, I figured maybe it was something in my head. About a month later, I see this figure and I start getting weird gut feelings. It's almost hard to describe, but it's kind of like a sick-to-your-stomach feeling at the worst, and others feel like something's off, like the feeling you forgot your phone when you're leaving home and don't realize it yet. What I realized over time was that when I got these feelings, me, friends, family, and most recently, even I was in danger, was in a dark spot. The first account of many I had with a friend was he was in a dark spot. Got that uneasy feeling in my gut, had the urge to message him and ask him if he was okay. That was when he told me he was going through some dark stuff and wasn't sure who to talk to or where to go. He said if not for me messaging him, he might have done something bad. The most recent one that happened was to me. A few days before I went out to my friend's place, a whole 3-hour drive away, my stomach was in the worst twist possible. Throughout that Monday night, I kept seeing the black figure around my area. It was always watching me from afar. Everything went fine going up, usual traffic being hectic in big cities with all the riots. Everything went fine. No riots that night, no fights, but the next day it started raining hard. Long story short, I hydroplaned off the freeway. Luckily everything was fine and I walked off with a messed up shoulder and headaches. Radio-like noises in the night. My name is Marco. I live in the south of Italy in Sicily. I've been a paranormal enthusiast from when I was 6 years old. Although I had some strange experiences in the past, I always tried to think rationally, and I always tried to give a possible explanation to those happenings. And I can confirm you that I keep this approach still to this day. But recently, some particular occurrings left me scratching my head. Not quite terrified, but just confused. 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was in my house. I had just finished studying for my graduation exam. That would have taken place the day after. I decided to just relax a little bit, just sit in front of my porch enjoying the nighttime fresh air. As you can imagine, in that moment, I was basically riding a roller coaster of emotions. I was pulling out of the pockets of my headphones when suddenly a noise caught my attention. It was a radio-like noise, the noise that you might hear when your radio is trying to connect to a station that's far, just hard to connect with. I had no idea from where that sound could have been produced. It appeared to be not that far from me, and I live in a countryside neighborhood in which nobody would ever think to use radio in that hour of the night. It was strange, but in the end I had other weird things to think about. I blamed that on suggestion. Some days earlier, I read about Siren Head and the other creations of Trevor Henderson. So it had just been a suggestion, right? Well, a week ago, another one of these happenings made me doubt that. I was again sitting in the porch, but not the same. I actually had 2 porches, and while the first faces the gateway of the house, the other one faces my garden and some trees that I have. Again, I was enjoying the freshness of the Sicilian night, but this time I was also with my girlfriend. Like the other day, I was in a kind of a great state of emotion. I won't say why, but you can imagine. And while we were there, it happened again. I heard that same sound, but much, much closer, almost coming from a tree that was like 5 meters far from us. I also can almost certainly tell you that this other occurrence happened almost at the same time as the first one before. But one other detail stood out the most for me. This time, mixed with the radio buzzing, it seemed like there was some disembodied voice that spoke God knows what. The voice also seemed to be from a radio. Curiously, my girlfriend told me that she heard something, but it was very different from what I heard. Some sort of mix between a growl and the sound of bushes when the wind blows. I'm not claiming that we're talking about a Siren Head sighting. It would be silly since the creature is just the creation of an illustrator, but then, why I heard that noise, and why I heard it in 2 precise moments in which I felt strong emotions. This is weird, but I'm not actually scared. I just wanted to share with you my experience, hoping to find somebody with some experience like the one that I had, or just somebody who can give me an explanation.